The walls of Sacsayhuaman. Have you ever stood before a wall so massive that it felt impossible to have been built by human hands? Picture yourself on a cool morning, mist still clinging to the hills, and suddenly you turn a corner and there it is, giant stones, each weighing as much as a car, fitted together so perfectly you can't slip a blade of grass between them. That feeling of awe is the first glimpse of Sacsayhuaman, just outside of Cusco in Peru. It's as if the earth itself rose up to form these walls, and we're left to wonder, how did they do it? Before we dive deeper, I'd love to know, have you ever visited an ancient site that took your breath away? Maybe a stone circle in your hometown or the ruins of a castle on a hill? Let me know where you're watching from in the comments. If these calm journeys into mystery help you relax, please give this video a like and subscribe. Your support, it means we can keep sharing quiet wonders together. On a busy day, our lives seem built of small bricks. Wake, work, eat, sleep. Yet these stones at Sacsayhuaman are anything but small. Some weigh more than 100 tons. No modern crane could easily lift them. And yet, the Inca builders moved them into place with such care that no mortar was needed. Each rock fits its neighbor, like a hidden puzzle piece. Even after hundreds of years and countless earthquakes, the walls still stand firm. Imagine carrying one of those stones up a hill the way you carry groceries from your car. You know it would take more than one trip. More than one person, even. Now, think about thousands of stones, each shaped to its own unique form, placed with perfect balance. That's the mystery. Some people say ramps of earth and thousands of workers helped. Others believe the Incas had knowledge of leverage or tools we haven't found. The truth is, we still don't know exactly how they did it. And that is the wonder. Think about a test you've prepared for, studying the night before, worrying about the questions you can't answer. The Inca builders didn't have instruction manuals, but they had vision. They didn't just stack stones, they shaped them. They tested each piece, placed it, and adjusted until it was right. Imagine that kind of dedication in our daily tasks. Slow, calm, focused. There's a lesson here. Great things often take time, patience, and careful planning. Another curious part is the shape of the walls. Instead of straight lines, they form a zigzag pattern. Some say it's a sign of the head of a puma, a sacred animal in Inca belief. Others see it as a way to strengthen the structure against earthquakes, letting each segment move slightly instead of cracking. It's a beautiful blend of art and science. It makes you wonder how much ancient builders understood about the land, the stones, and even the forces beneath their feet. This mystery touches bigger themes, too. Think about how we build ideas in our own minds. Sometimes we fit thoughts together, carefully testing each one before letting it stay. Other times, we force ideas too quickly and they crack under pressure. Just like Sacsayhuaman, building a strong mind needs patience, care, and the right connections. Modern engineers and even artificial intelligence algorithms study these walls to learn from their precision. They scan each stone, measure every angle, and try to recreate the magic of that fit. It's a reminder that ancient wisdom still holds power today. We might have faster computers and machines, but the Incas showed us that sometimes the simplest tools guided by human focus can achieve the extraordinary. Now, as you settle in for a peaceful rest, picture this scene one more time. The early sun glowing on warm stones, shadows revealing the perfect joints, the quiet whispers of wind through, the old city below. Imagine the hands, the rough, skilled hands that shaped each block. Think of the collective effort of thousands of people working together, guided by a shared dream. It's a dream of strength, beauty, and purpose. If this journey to Sacsayhuaman brought you a moment of calm wonder, please share your thoughts below. Tell us about a place where you felt that same spark of mystery. And if you haven't already, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell so you won't miss our next gentle voyage into the past. Thank you for joining me here tonight. As you drift off to sleep, May the quiet marvel of Sacsayhuaman remind you that even in stillness, there is great strength, and that sometimes the biggest mysteries can teach us the gentlest lessons. The Ulfberht Viking Swords. Have you ever held something so sharp it felt almost alive, and wondered who last held it before you? Imagine a sword so well made that even modern steelworkers marvel at its edge. That's the mystery of the Ulfberht. Viking swords, blades forged over 1,000 years ago with a quality that seems born of magic, not mere hammers and heat. Before we explore this secret further, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever found an object that made you pause, caught you by surprise? Maybe an old key, a forgotten photo, or a weathered tool tucked away in your home. Share your story and your location in the comments below. And if these peaceful tales of wonder help you relax, please like this video and subscribe so we can continue our gentle journey together. The Ulfberht swords stand apart from other blades of their time. While most medieval swords were made of mixed iron, full of impurities and weak spots, these carried a name, Ulfberht, and a consistency so pure that their steel resembles the advanced alloys we create today. It's as if the Vikings stumbled onto a secret recipe, then kept it close, passing it from blacksmith to blacksmith in whispers across the cold north. Think about baking a loaf of bread with a recipe no one else knows. Every ingredient measured, just right, every step practiced until perfect. Then imagine that loaf lasting unchanged for centuries. That's the achievement hidden in these swords. Archaeologists have found about 170 of them, scattered across Europe. Each bears the same simple inscription, a cross, followed by Ulfberht. It's like a maker's signature, stamped into history. Yet, when experts examine the metal, they find tiny amounts of carbon and trace elements you wouldn't expect in that era. Some blades have a carbon content above 1%, matching the quality of modern steel. Other swords, by contrast, crack and bend easily, reminders of the ordinary tools around them. This contrast raises questions. How did Viking smiths achieve such purity without electric furnaces or refined coal? Did they trade with far-off lands? Did they guard their method like a secret code? We don't fully know. It's a puzzle that echoes our own search for mastery. Whether in art, science, or relationships, we learn a few tricks, then spend our lives trying to refine them. Imagine preparing for an exam by memorizing facts, only to realize real understanding comes from testing ideas, making mistakes, and adjusting your approach. That's how these swords might have been made, through trial, error, and relentless practice. Each blade a testament to patience and precision. Yet there's a deeper layer. In Norse culture, a sword could be more than a tool. It was an heirloom, given names, praised in songs, and buried with its owner. A fine sword spoke of honor, family, and promise. The maker's mark meant trust. This blade would stand by you in battle and in peace. In our own lives, we carry invisible swords, skills, promises, values that shape how we face challenges. We polish them when we learn, and sometimes we hide them when we doubt. Like the Ulfberht blades, our best qualities shine when they're tested under pressure. Today, material scientists use X-rays and electron microscopes to study the sword's inner structure. Even artificial intelligence helps spot the tiny patterns of impurities still present. They hope to learn from the past, applying those lessons to future technology. From medical tools to space travel, it's a reminder that ancient wisdom and modern science can meet in the same space, each enriching the other. Now, as you sink into comfort and calm, picture a Viking warrior standing by a fire, the sword's edge catching the flicker of flames. Feel the smooth weight of the blade in your hand. Hear the quiet ring as it taps against the scabbard. That simple sound carries a promise. Craft can be an act of care, skill an act of love. If this tale of the Ulfberht swords sparked your curiosity, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you seen something that felt too perfect to be ordinary? Share in the comments, and if you want more gentle stories woven from history's secrets, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell. Thank you for joining me in this quiet journey. May the story of these ancient blades remind you that in persistence and precision, there is both mystery and magic, and that even the simplest marks can echo through time. The Rupkund Lake Skeletons. Imagine hiking alone on a quiet mountain trail, the sky turning dark and the wind rising so fast that you can barely hear yourself think. Suddenly you find yourself surrounded by stones that look like bones scattered across the path, as if something terrible happened here long ago. That's the strange first glance at Rupkund Lake, high in the Himalayas, nicknamed Skeleton Lake, where hundreds of human remains lie half buried in ice and rock. It's a mystery that feels both distant and deeply human. Before we dive into this tale, I'd love to know if you've ever stumbled upon something unexpected in nature. A hidden cave, an old ruin, or even just a pattern in the clouds that made you pause. Share your experience and your location in the comments below. And if these calm, thoughtful stories help you rest, please give this video a like and subscribe so we can keep exploring together. Rupkund Lake sits over 16,000 feet above sea level. For centuries, no one knew why so many bones were there. In the 1940s, British mountaineers spotted them peeking through the melting snow. At first, people thought they might be soldiers from a long-ago battle or victims of a terrible accident. Over time, scientists returned again and again, hoping to solve the riddle. Imagine preparing for an exam without any clear notes, just fragments of answers you can't fully piece together. That's how researchers felt. They studied skulls, teeth, and ancient clothes, trying to date the bones. Finally, modern techniques told a surprising story. Most of these people died in a single violent storm around the 9th century, while others met the same fate centuries later. It seems a procession of pilgrims was caught in a sudden hailstorm so fierce that their bones remain as proof of nature's fury. Think about waiting for rain on a hot day, watching the clouds grow heavy, and feeling that first drop of cold water. Now imagine those drops turned into chunks of ice the size of golf balls. No umbrella, no shelter, just a handful of travelers on a narrow mountain path. That contrast between calm anticipation and sudden chaos is at the heart of Rupkund's secret. Yet there's more. A small number of skeletons belong to people from a very different time and place, some carrying genetic markers from Southeast Asia. Perhaps they were sailors or traders caught in a storm on a changed route. Their presence hints at connections we're only beginning to understand, reminding us how our world has always been more linked than we imagine. On a quiet night, think about how we handle surprises in our own lives. A sudden phone call, a change of plans, a message from someone we haven't heard from in years. Sometimes we adapt. Sometimes we're shaken. These pilgrims didn't expect danger. They trusted their path, and yet nature had other plans. Modern AI helps researchers sift through data, from DNA patterns to weather models, to piece together who these people were. It shows how technology can serve as a bridge between now and then, revealing human stories that were once silent. But even the most advanced tools can't capture everything. Like the sound of the hail, the wind's howl, or the fear in someone's last moments. That part remains ours to imagine. As you settle in tonight, picture Rupkund's glassy surface reflecting stars, half hidden by drifting mist. Imagine the pilgrims' footsteps echoing on rocky slopes, their voices carried away by the wind. Feel the calm before a storm and the awe at how fleeting comfort can be. If the story of Skeleton Lake moved you, please share your thoughts below. Have you ever felt nature's power in a sudden moment? And if you'd like more gentle explorations of the past's mysteries, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell. Thank you for joining me, and may your dreams be calm and your curiosity steady, even when the clouds gather. The ancient Osirian temple. Imagine stepping into a cool, shadowed hall where the air feels heavy with secrets. You walk between massive stone pillars that seem to hold up the sky itself, and you wonder who first set foot here thousands of years ago. That's the feeling at the Osirian temple in Egypt, a hidden chamber not far from Abydos, where every stone echoes a mystery waiting to be heard. Before we explore these silent halls, I'd love to know, have you ever discovered an old quiet place that made you pause? Maybe an empty church, an abandoned house, or a forgotten garden path. Share your experience and where you are listening from in the comments below. If these calm journeys help you unwind, please like this video and subscribe. Your support helps keep these gentle stories alive. The Osirian sits lower than the ground around it, almost as if it were deliberately buried. Unlike the brightly painted walls of other temples, this one is made of massive granite blocks, each as tall as a person and as heavy as a small car. No one is quite sure why the builders chose this deep, dark design. Did they mean it to feel like a doorway to another world? Or perhaps to honor Osiris, the god of the afterlife, by placing his temple underground, closer to the realm of the dead? Think about hiding something you love, a diary, a cherished photograph, under your bed or in a drawer. You do it to keep it safe, out of sight. The Osirian might have been hidden for both practical and spiritual reasons, protecting its secrets from floods or invaders, while also inviting only the worthy to seek its depths. When you're caught in a sudden rainstorm without an umbrella, you learn quickly where the shelter is. Ancient engineers may have understood this too, placing the Osirian where rising sands and shifting waters would keep it hidden. Yet strong, the stones fit together, so precisely that even a sliver of light struggles to slip through the seams. It's a calm strength, quiet but enduring, like a secret that refuses to vanish. Over time, the temple was forgotten, buried by the desert's slow sweep. It wasn't rediscovered until the early 20th century, when exploring archaeologists saw hints of its roof just above the sand. Imagine reading a half-buried letter you didn't know existed. The excitement of brushing away layers of dust to reveal words long hidden. That's the thrill of finding Osirian's chambers again. Today, scientists use ground-penetrating radar and 3D scanners to map its interior, hoping to learn how the stones were moved and set so perfectly. Even artificial intelligence joins the effort, comparing patterns in the block placement to other ancient sites. It's a reminder that human curiosity and modern technology can work hand in hand, honoring the past while pushing our understanding forward. As you settle in, picture this: the air growing cooler the deeper you walk, the only sound your steady breath and the soft echo of footsteps. You pause by a silent pillar, run your hand along the rough surface, and feel connected to builders you'll never know. Their work speaks across centuries, reminding us that beauty and mystery can be crafted in stone. If this quiet exploration of the Osirian inspired you, I invite you to share your thoughts below. Have you ever felt drawn to a hidden place? And if you'd like more calm journeys through history's wonders, please subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for traveling here tonight. May your dreams be as deep and enduring as these ancient halls. The mythic Ram Setu Causeway. Have you ever gazed out at the sea and wondered if hidden bridges lie beneath the waves? Picture standing on a quiet shore, the sun warming your shoulders, and seeing a line of stones just below the water's surface, stretching toward the horizon. That's the mystery of Ram Setu, or Adam's Bridge, a chain of limestone shoals linking India and Sri Lanka. Some say it's a natural reef, others whisper it was built by ancient hands guided by myth and faith. Before we explore these submerged stones, I'd love to hear about your own coastal memories. Have you ever dipped your toes in unexpected tide pools or found smooth pebbles along a beach? Share your experience and your location in the comments. If gentle stories of wonder help you unwind, please like this video and subscribe so we can keep discovering together. Imagine walking barefoot on a rising tide, feeling small waves lap around your ankles as you step from one limestone rock to the next. Each stone is about a meter wide, laid out in a roughly straight line over nearly 50 kilometers. Geologists see this as a natural formation, sandbars shaped by currents and tides over thousands of years. Yet for many others, these stones hold deeper meaning, evidence of an ancient causeway built by people with purpose and belief. Think about preparing for a journey without a map, relying only on landmarks to guide you. Now imagine your landmarks, are stones barely visible under shifting water. You'd need faith. Faith in your path, your companions, and your own steps. That feeling captures both sides of the Ramsetu story, the calm logic of science and the moving power of legend. Local traditions speak of Ramsetu as the bridge built by a devoted army of monkeys and humans, led by the hero Rama, to rescue someone dear. It's a story of loyalty, courage, and collective effort. Whether you see it as myth or memory, it reminds us how communities come together, each person playing a small but vital part in something greater than themselves. Modern researchers use sonar and satellite images to study the shoals, while marine biologists examine the coral and sand layers. They seek to understand how currents, sea levels, and time shape the feature we see today. Meanwhile, storytellers and pilgrims see a living bridge of devotion, touching bigger themes. How belief shapes landscapes, how language carries memory, and how our shared myths connect us across generations. In everyday life, we build bridges of our own. A kind word that links two friends, a moment of trust in a partnership, a promise kept when the tide of doubt rises. Like the stones of Ramsetu, these small acts can form a path that guides others safely across turbulent waters. Even artificial intelligence learns from patterns, like the arrangement of these shoals, to predict weather or map the ocean floor. It's a reminder that both human faith and human logic can work together, each informing the other in ways we're still discovering. As you settle into calm tonight, picture the sea's quiet rhythm over the stones. Feel the gentle pull of the tide and the steady promise of each stone beneath your feet. Imagine each step as an act of faith, faith in the journey, faith in the unseen, and faith in the stories that shape who we are. If this journey across ancient shoals stirred your curiosity, please share your thoughts below. Have you ever felt the pull of a hidden path? And if you'd like more soothing explorations of the world's quiet wonders, subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for joining me. May your dreams be as steady as the stones beneath these gentle waves. The Klerksdorp Metal Spheres. Have you ever picked up a smooth, perfect stone and wondered how nature could shape it so flawlessly? Imagine finding dozens of tiny metal spheres, each about the size of a marble, half buried in dusty rock layers, that formed long before humans ever walked the earth. That's exactly what happened when miners in Klerksdorp, South Africa, discovered these mysterious spheres in hard, ancient deposits. At first glance, they look almost crafted. Some with thin grooves circling their middle, others perfectly round and gleaming under the lamp's glow. It's a simple moment, holding a small round object, but it stirs a deep question. Did nature make these, or did someone long ago? Before we explore further, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever found an odd object in your backyard or on a walk? Something that didn't seem to belong there? Share your discovery and your location in the comments below. If peaceful stories of mystery help you unwind, please like this video and subscribe so we can continue our calm journey together. TIHTS. Klerksdorp spheres were first unearthed in the 1970s by miners digging through pyrophyllite deposits. These layers date back over 2 billion years, long before any complex life existed. In everyday life, we track time by birthdays or anniversaries, but geological time moves in orders of millions and billions of years, a scale so vast it's hard to grasp. Imagine preparing for an important test and suddenly realizing the exam covers every grade you've ever attended. That's how small these spheres are on Earth's timeline, yet how large their mystery seems to us. Each sphere weighs only a few grams, so you can hold it easily in your palm. Yet its composition, mostly iron and nickel, suggests a metal mixture that wasn't commonplace until much later in Earth's history. Some spheres even show tiny concentric rings or grooves, as if someone rolled them on a rack. But heat, pressure, and shifting minerals over time can sometimes produce strange shapes in rock. Just as bread dough rises and cracks unpredictably, rock formations can form round concretions with layered patterns. Scientists call these spherulites, and they occur when minerals crystallize around a tiny seed particle. That process is natural, but it takes a watchful eye to understand it. Think about washing dishes after a meal. Every so often you notice a stubborn spot on a glass that won't wash away, and you wonder if it's a stain or a scratch. It might be leftover porridge dried on the surface, but you scrub gently until it's clear. In the case of these spheres, geologists studied them under microscopes, gently cleaning them and testing their metal content. They found that the concentric lines aren't tool marks, but growth rings, like the rings of a tree, showing layers, added over time. Yet for many, this answer feels too neat. How could such perfect spheres form by chance, deep underground, under intense pressure and heat? This mystery touches bigger themes about belief and understanding. In our daily lives, we often prefer clear answers. We like knowing who made what and why. But nature can surprise us, creating beauty without intent. It reminds us that the world isn't always a puzzle with a human solution. Sometimes the puzzle is in our own expectations. We see the groove and think tool mark. We see the shine and think forged metal. In relationships, we might read a friend's quiet mood as anger or sadness, when really they're just tired. The Klerksdorp spheres teach us to pause, observe carefully, and question our first guesses. Modern technology, including artificial intelligence, now helps researchers analyze patterns in these spheres. AI can scan images, measure groove widths, and compare data from thousands of samples faster than any human could. It can suggest whether growth rings match known mineral crystallization patterns. Yet even the smartest algorithm can't feel the cold metal in your hand or sense the wonder of holding a 2-billion-year-old ball. That part remains deeply human. There's also a lesson here about perspective. To a geologist, these spheres are a record of Earth's deep history, tiny time capsules showing how minerals grow under incredible pressure. To a storyteller, they're relics of an unknown past, evidence that maybe, once upon a time, someone or something shaped them with intention. Both views are valid, both add to our understanding, and both remind us that truth often has layers, like the rings on these spheres. As you drift into calm tonight, picture holding one of these small spheres in your hand. Feel its cool weight. Imagine the earth pressing around it, layer after layer, over eons. Think of the tiny particles gathering around a seed, growing ring by ring until a perfect ball emerges. And then picture yourself, centuries later, brushing away the rock to see that sphere for the first time. That moment of discovery, quiet and gentle, connects you to the vast history of our planet. If this tale of the Klerksdorp spheres sparked your curiosity, I'd love to hear what you think. Have you ever held something so old it felt timeless? Share your story below, and if you'd like more soothing journeys into Earth's hidden wonders, please like, subscribe, and click the bell. Thank you for joining me. May your dreams be round, smooth, and filled with wonder, like these ancient spheres resting deep in the rock. The Red Deer Cave Enigma. Have you ever felt out of place, like you don't quite fit the picture everyone else seems to share? Imagine stepping into a dim forest cave in southern China and uncovering skulls and bones that look human, but somehow different. These remains, known as the Red Deer Cave people, date to just 12,000 years ago. Yet their features don't match anything we've seen in our own species. It's as if someone captured a snapshot of humanity's past, then hid it where only a few would find it. Before we begin, I'd love to know, have you ever explored a hidden spot in nature or spotted something that didn't belong? Maybe a lone shell on a city sidewalk or an unexpected tunnel under a hill. Share your story and your location below. And if you enjoy drifting into these gentle mysteries, please like this video and subscribe so we can wander together again. In 1989 and 1990, scientists discovered bones of at least 13 individuals in Red Deer Cave. The skulls had low foreheads and thick brow ridges, with faces that seemed rounded, almost childlike. Yet the teeth and some features were clearly our own. It felt like finding a cousin we never knew existed, close enough to feel familiar, yet strange enough to make us wonder about its origins. Think about how you feel when you open a family photo album and see a relative you've never met. You recognize a nose, a smile, but something about the expression is different. You wonder where they fit in your story. That same feeling echoes here. These bones don't fit neatly into the branches of our human family tree. Scientists first thought they might belong to an ancient species, a forgotten human offshoot, but later studies suggested they could be very late survivors of an early human migration into Asia. That raised more questions. How did they live? What language did they speak? Did they look at us the way we look at them? We may never hear their voices, but their bones whisper a story that challenges when and how our ancestors spread across the world. Imagine preparing for an important test and realizing that one chapter you studied doesn't quite match the textbook. You feel puzzled, even anxious. You study harder, but the question still doesn't fit. That's how researchers felt, facing evidence that didn't match models of human history. Sometimes the simplest answer isn't the right one, and you have to open your mind to new possibilities. Beyond science, this mystery touches our own sense of belonging. We like clear definitions: human, animal, stranger, friend. When something or someone defies those labels, we pause. We learn to see with fresh eyes. And that shift can be uncomfortable, but also freeing. It reminds us that life doesn't always come in neat boxes. In modern research, even artificial intelligence steps in to help. Machine learning can compare thousands of skull shapes, finding patterns invisible to the human eye. It's a reminder that no matter how advanced our tools become, they still need our curiosity and wonder to guide them. AI can point out similarities and differences, but it can't feel the chill when you first glimpse a strange bone in the dark. On a quiet evening, think about how you connect to those around you: friends, family, neighbors. Each person adds a new shade to your world. The Red Deer Cave Enigma shows us that our human story is richer and more complex than we often imagine. It stretches beyond familiar faces, inviting us to embrace the unexpected. As you settle in for rest, picture standing at the mouth of a hidden cave. A soft breeze carries leaves and distant birdsong. You hold a bone fragment in your hand, warm from your touch. You feel the weight of time beneath your fingertips, the weight of unknown lives, laughter, breath, and hope. And you realize that, whether near or far, we all share the same fragile thread of being human. If this journey into hidden history moved you, please share your thoughts below. Have you ever encountered something that made you rethink what you knew? And if you'd like more calm explorations of our world's mysteries, subscribe and ring the bell. Thank you for joining me. May your dreams be gentle, open, and full of wonder. The Cockno Stone Carvings. Have you ever uncovered a hidden pattern in something as ordinary as a garden path, only to feel it whisper secrets from another time? Imagine strolling across a grassy field in West Dunbartonshire, Scotland, and suddenly seeing lines and circles etched into a flat slab of rock, intricate shapes that look almost like a maze or an ancient code. That moment of surprise and quiet wonder is exactly what happened when the Cockno stone carvings were rediscovered, revealing a message from people who lived thousands of years before us. Before we step further into this stone mystery, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever found a hidden carving or noticed an unusual design on a building wall or sidewalk? Share your experience and where you're watching from in the comments below. And if stories like this help you find calm curiosity, please give this video a like and subscribe so we can keep exploring together. The Cockno stone is no small doodle. Carved around 5,000 years ago in the late Neolithic era, it spans about 42 feet by 26 feet, covered in over 90 symbols, cup marks, swirling rings, and interconnected lines. In everyday life, we might pay little attention to cracks in a sidewalk or patterns in fallen leaves. Yet here, those simple shapes form a mysterious canvas that begs questions. Why were they drawn? Were they maps, constellations, or perhaps spiritual signs? Imagine preparing for an exam and finding a question you never studied. You stare at it, puzzled, imagining it might have a secret pattern that will suddenly make sense. That's how archaeologists felt when they first documented the Cockno stone in 1887. They carefully sketched the shapes, then covered the slab to protect it from weather and curious footsteps. For decades, its carvings lay hidden beneath grass, waiting for us to ask fresh questions. In modern times, researchers used ground-penetrating radar and 3D scanning to revisit those ancient lines without fully exposing the site. It's like reading someone's handwriting through frosted glass, enough to see the shapes but still keeping the past protected. These gentle technologies let us capture precise images, mapping every circle and groove. Yet the meanings remain as elusive as ever. Some scholars think the patterns map star movements or lunar cycles, helping early farmers track seasons. Others see them as symbols for community rituals, shared gatherings where stories, songs, and dances formed bonds as strong as the stone itself. Think about how we mark time today. Calendars on our phones, reminders in our apps. Those tools guide our days. But imagine living before clocks and screens, relying instead on the heavens above and carvings under your feet. You'd watch the moon's shape mirrored in the cup marks on the stone, feeling a quiet link between earth and sky. That connection hints at a worldview where daily life and cosmic rhythms were woven together, each cup mark a gentle echo of a night sky. This mystery touches bigger themes in our own lives. We live fast, texts, emails, endless notifications. Yet our minds need pauses. The Cockno stone reminds us to slow down, to trace a line with our eyes, to let curiosity grow calm. It shows that simple marks can carry deep meaning, and that sometimes the most profound messages come not in loud announcements, but in silent patterns waiting to be noticed. Even artificial intelligence joins the search, helping map the carvings and compare them with other ancient sites across Europe. AI can flag similar shapes on distant stones, suggesting shared traditions or connections we didn't know existed. But no matter how smart our tools become, they still need our human touch, our sense of wonder, our ability to sit quietly and imagine what life felt like when someone first pressed their finger into soft rock to leave a mark. On a gentle evening, picture yourself tracing an invisible spiral with your mind. Feel the soft grass underfoot and the cool air on your skin. You pause, close your eyes, and imagine the Neolithic hands carving each cup and circle, each line a thought, a ritual, a moment of shared humanity. That thought brings a calm clarity. Our lives, like theirs, are part of a long story written in earth and stone. As you drift toward rest, remember this. Sometimes the most powerful connections come from the simplest things. A line drawn in rock, a shared glance at the stars, a moment of quiet curiosity. If the story of the Cockno stone carving spoke to you, I'd love to hear your thoughts or any hidden patterns you've discovered. Share below. And if you'd like more peaceful dives into history's gentle mysteries, please subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for joining me. May your dreams be as intricate and soothing as these ancient carvings under soft Scottish skies. The Indus script puzzle. Have you ever stared at a message you couldn't understand and felt a mix of curiosity and frustration? Imagine discovering hundreds of small clay tablets covered in strange symbols, clear marks pressed into the soft surface, yet nobody alive today can tell you what they mean. That's the mystery of the Indus script, an ancient code from a civilization that thrived more than 4,000 years ago along the rivers of South Asia. These symbols were once the everyday handwriting of merchants, rulers, and artists. Now they lie silent, like notes in a language no one speaks. Before we dive into this silent puzzle, I'd love to know, have you ever tried to read a dream journal you kept as a child, or looked at your own old doodles and wondered what you meant? Share your experience and where you're watching from in the comments below. If gentle stories of mystery help you unwind, please like this video and subscribe so we can continue our calm explorations together. The Indus Valley civilization built cities with straight streets, private bathrooms, and covered drains. An organization that rivals even some modern towns. They stamped their marks on seals, traded goods from faraway lands, and probably recorded laws, stories, and transactions on those small tablets. Yet when archaeologists first uncovered the script, in the 1920s they found a puzzle they couldn't solve. No Rosetta Stone exists to link these symbols to a known language. Think about preparing for an important test using notes you copied from a friend's homework. But those notes are in a code only they understand. You might recognize a few words, guess at a couple of phrases, but most of it remains a mystery. That's how experts feel when they study the Indus script. They can see the shapes, lines, circles, animal figures, but they can't hear the voice behind them. Over the years, scholars have tried many approaches. Some looked for patterns, like the same symbol appearing at the start of long sequences, maybe a word meaning king or city. Others compared the script to nearby languages, hoping for familiar roots. Yet despite decades of study and thousands of discovered inscriptions, no one has agreed on a single convincing translation. It's as if a whole library was locked behind a door whose key has been lost to time. On an ordinary day, we rely on clear directions, street signs, recipes, instructions for a new gadget. When those guides disappear, we piece together hints, improvise, and sometimes give up in frustration. The Indus script stands as a reminder that communication depends on shared context. Without that, even the simplest symbols can remain stubbornly silent. Modern technology offers new hope. Artificial intelligence and machine learning look for hidden patterns in large datasets. AI can group symbols by shape, frequency, and position, suggesting possible grammatical rules. It's like teaching a computer to find clues in a massive jigsaw puzzle. Yet even the smartest algorithms need the human spark of insight. They spot patterns we might miss, but they still depend on us to interpret meaning, to ask the right questions, and to test ideas gently, with patience. This struggle touches bigger themes in our lives. We all carry words in our minds, stories, memories, hopes, that we sometimes can't fully express. Have you ever felt misunderstood, as if your thoughts were a script in a language no one else speaks? We crave connection, clear signals, that sense of being heard. The Indus script reminds us that understanding takes time, shared context, and a willingness to sit quietly with the unknown. Even in mental health, communication matters. When emotions feel tangled, we search for words to share our inner world. Sometimes the words don't come, and we feel lost. Yet just as scholars methodically catalog Indus symbols, therapists and friends can listen, piece together clues, and help us find our voice again. Back in the ancient world, those small seals and tablets were tools of connection, markers of trade, identity, and belief. Now they are echoes, waiting for us to learn how to listen. Each new fragment offers a hint, a symbol carved into a stone, weathered by centuries of rain and wind. It captures a moment when someone dipped a stylus into clay and pressed down, leaving a mark of life, thought, and purpose. As you settle into peaceful rest, picture an ancient artisan working by torchlight, carefully drawing each symbol. Feel the cool clay under their fingers, the soft glow of flame, and the silent hope that their words will be understood. Imagine the same hope kindled in your own heart when you try to share something deep and true. If this journey into the Indus script stirred your curiosity, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you ever felt lost for words, or found comfort in small symbols that spoke volumes? Share below. And if you'd like more gentle dives into history's quiet mysteries, subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for joining me. May your dreams bring new insights, and may your own words find their way home. The Archaeological settlement ruins. Have you ever wandered through a quiet field and suddenly felt as if you'd stepped into someone else's dream? Imagine that one day, you're hiking across the Russian steppe, wide grasslands stretching farther than the eye can see, and you stumble upon a perfect circle of ancient walls half buried in the earth. That's the moment many people first encounter Archaeum, a Bronze Age settlement that feels both familiar and utterly unknown, as if someone left a message in stone just for you to find. Before we walk among these silent ruins, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever discovered an unexpected place that made you pause? Maybe a forgotten garden behind an old house or a hidden path in a city park. Share your story and your location in the comments below. And if gentle tales of mystery bring you calm, please like this video and subscribe so we can keep exploring. Together, Archaeum was built around 4,000 years ago, at a time when people were mastering metalwork and domesticating horses. Its circular design was unlike anything else in the ancient world. Concentric rings of stone walls and wooden footpaths, surrounded by a protective ditch. In the center, homes clustered around open courtyards. It almost looks like a giant wheel, turned to the sky, spokes radiating from the hub. Today, when you stand at its edge, you can trace those lines with your eyes and imagine life flowing along those paths, families cooking over fires, children chasing each other through circular streets, traders arriving from far-off lands. Think about how you arrange your own home, furniture in neat lines, doors leading from one room to another. You choose where to place your bed, your desk, even your favorite chair. The builders of Archaeum did the same, but on a grand scale, aligning their walls to the stars. Some researchers believe the settlement was set up as an ancient observatory, helping people track the sun's path and the changing seasons. Imagine waking each day and stepping through your front door to see the sunrise perfectly framed between two stone pillars. That sense of connection between your life and the cycle of days lies at the heart of Archaeum's design. On an ordinary morning, you might check your phone for the weather, then dress accordingly. Ancient people looked to the sky and the stones. They didn't have apps or screens. They had their senses and their carefully placed walls. That simple act, aligning a doorway to the sunrise, speaks to a deep human need for rhythm and meaning. If we lose that rhythm in our busy lives, we can feel unmoored, like a ship adrift without a compass. When Archaeum was first uncovered in the 1980s, it had been buried for centuries, hidden beneath grass and soil. Local villagers called it the town of the round walls, but few knew its true age or purpose. Imagine finding a diary in your attic, written by someone who lived a life both like yours and utterly different. That's the excitement archaeologists felt. They carefully mapped each wall, each post hole, and each layer of ash from old fires. They realized this wasn't just a village, it was a planned community with a purpose beyond survival. In everyday life, we plan our days with to-do lists, calendars, and maps. Archaeum's builders planned theirs with stones and wooden beams. They thought about defense, drawing water from nearby streams and celebrating the turning of the seasons. It's a reminder that planning, whether for a big project or a quiet evening at home, can bring comfort and stability. Their world may seem remote, but the choices they made reflect the same cares we have today. This mystery also touches belief and identity. Some people today see Archaeum as a spiritual center, a place where the earth's energy concentrates. They practice quiet walks, meditation, and simple rituals among the old walls. Others study the ruins to learn about Bronze Age culture. Still others use modern tools, satellite imagery, and ground-penetrating radar to map what lies beneath the surface without disturbing the site. It's a gentle balance between respect for the past and curiosity about its secrets. Artificial intelligence even plays a role. AI helps analyze patterns in the layout, suggesting how the settlement grew over time and how people use different sections. It can process images faster than any human, but only people can feel the hush that falls when you step inside those ancient circles. That hush reminds us that history is not just data. It's the echo of real lives, hopes, fears, and community. In moments of quiet reflection, think about the small circles in your day, your morning coffee cup, the ring of keys in your hand, the smiles shared in a circle of friends. Each circle holds meaning, connecting you to others and to the world around you. Archaeum's great stone rings amplify that idea, showing us that simple shapes can hold deep purpose. As you settle in tonight, picture walking those wooden paths under a vast sky. Feel the earth's rhythm beneath your feet and the whisper of grass in the wind. Imagine pausing by a wall and placing your hand on the rough stone, feeling the warmth it holds from centuries of sun and storms. Let that image remind you that, like the builders of Archaeum, you are part of a story that bridges past and present, earth and sky. If the story of Archaeum stirred your imagination, please share your thoughts below. Have you ever felt a deep connection to a circle, whether in nature, art, or community? And if you'd like more calm explorations of the world's quiet wonders, subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for joining me here tonight. May your dreams be circular, peaceful, and full of gentle discovery. The Drop, a Disc Mystery. Have you ever stumbled across an object so small and unassuming that you almost overlooked it, only to discover it carried a secret older than most stories we know? Imagine walking through a silent cave high in the Chinese mountains and finding dozens of thin, circular discs neatly arranged in the grooves of a rock shelf. Each disc, less than 6 inches across, bears tiny hand-carved markings, rows of fine lines like a spiral staircase or a string of dots. These are the Dropa discs, and their discovery in the 1930s stirred a quiet puzzle that still whispers across the ages. Before we explore this gentle mystery, I'd love to hear from you about a time you found something small that felt larger than life, perhaps a strange pebble on a beach or an unexpected note tucked in a book. Share your story and your location below. And if this calm journey into the unknown helps you unwind, please like and subscribe so we can keep wandering together. The first time researchers examined those caves, they expected animal bones or simple tools, not perfectly round discs of a bronze-like metal, each perforated at the center as if meant to spin on a rod. Think about finding a broken clock in your attic. It's just a clock until you notice the missing hands, and then it becomes a riddle about time itself. In the same way, the Dropa discs look ordinary at first glance, but the tiny grooves etched in concentric patterns hint at messages we can't yet read. Some scholars believe these discs were records of astronomical observations, perhaps tracking stars or cycles of the sun and moon. Others suggest they were ritual objects passed down through generations of cave-dwelling people. And still others wonder if they might be evidence of travelers from a distant land, arriving long before any written history in the region. Imagine preparing for a big test by reviewing your notes over and over, only to find one page in a language you don't know. Your heart races as you wonder what secrets it holds. That same mix of excitement and confusion echoes in the story of these discs. When the Dropa discs were first brought to a lab, machines detected a high level of magnetic material, unlike anything local craftsmen could produce at the time. Yet, the metalwork was so simple, no ornate handles or complex shapes, that it begged the question, if these were made by modern hands, why did they leave behind no other evidence of their civilization? And if they were ancient, who taught them? Metallurgy so precise in such a remote place? In everyday life, we rely on familiar methods, cooking recipes passed down in our families, tools we know by touch. Then one day we try a new tool and realize its design is so clever, it changes how we approach the simplest tasks. Perhaps that's why the Dropa discs matter. They remind us that innovation can spring up anywhere, in any time, and that our assumptions about the past might be too small. Beyond the metal and the markings, the mystery touches something deeper in us, the need to connect, to understand, and to remember that our story is woven from countless small threads. In our digital age, artificial intelligence helps us catalog and analyze thousands of patterns, spotting similarities between carvings found on different continents. AI can group symbols by shape and frequency, suggesting possible links to known writing systems or star charts. Yet no machine can feel the thrill of discovery, the gentle gasp when you brush dust from a hidden disk and see those fine lines for the first time. That remains a human moment, one of wonder that echoes the awe our ancient predecessors must have felt. In relationships, too, we often discover unknown facets in people we thought we understood. Something as simple as a new hobby or an old photograph can reshape how we see someone. The Dropa discs are reminders that every life and every age holds layers we haven't yet uncovered. They teach us patience in our search for meaning and compassion for those whose voices we have not yet heard. As you settle in for peaceful rest tonight, picture the soft glow of a lantern in a silent cave, the whisper of wind through the entrance, and a gentle hand tracing the spirals on a metal disc. Feel the weight of time in your palm, the promise of knowledge waiting beneath each groove. Let the calm of that moment carry you into sleep, where dreams may guide you to your own hidden discoveries. If this quiet exploration stirred your curiosity, please share your thoughts below. Have you ever held an object that changed the way you see the world? And if you'd like more gentle dives into history's soft mysteries, subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for joining me. May your dreams be full of gentle revelations, and may tomorrow bring new wonders to light. The Paracas' elongated skulls. Have you ever met someone whose head shape made you pause? Perhaps a friend with a unique hairstyle or a baby wearing a soft cap that made their forehead look unusually high, and wondered what story lay behind that shape? Imagine discovering dozens of human skulls along the Peruvian coast, each stretched into an elongated form so consistent it could hardly be a random birth trait. That is the mystery of the Paracas' elongated skulls, buried in desert sands, more than 2,000 years ago, whispering secrets of a people whose appearance challenges everything we think we know about human history. Before we explore this remarkable discovery, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever noticed a family photo where one face looked different from all the others, or found a curious heirloom in an attic that told a surprising tale? Share your story and your location in the comments below. And if gentle journeys into the past help you feel calm and curious, please like this video and subscribe so we can wander these soft streets of history together. In the 1920s, archaeologist Julio Tello excavated a cemetery on the Paracas Peninsula and unearthed more than 300 skulls, women, men, and children, all with the same elongated shape. At first glance, some believed these were the result of a cultural practice called cranial deformation, where bands of cloth or wooden boards gently bound an infant's head to shape it as it grew. Think about wearing a bicycle helmet. It presses softly on your head, leaving a slight imprint. Now imagine that imprint hardened over years into a permanent form, not accidental, but chosen, a conscious decision made by parents to mark identity or signify status. Yet when scientists examined these skulls, they found more than just altered shape. They discovered a skull volume up to 25% larger than average, with different thickness and unusual sutures where bones join. It hinted at something beyond simple binding. Imagine filling out a form that asks for your height and weight, only to find the numbers are far outside any expected range, even for models or athletes. That moment of disbelief sparks questions. Is this a data error, or does it point to a new understanding of what we think is possible? The Paracas skulls stand at that crossroads. Some researchers argue that the enlargement is purely artificial, the result of skilled head binding by a community passing down precise methods from generation to generation. Others suggest genetic differences or even unknown influences shaped these unique features. It's a gentle reminder that human variation can surprise us, and that our desire for neat categories often bumps against messy reality. In everyday life, we see patterns. People who share a family resemblance, traits passed through generations. We celebrate our differences, yet we also seek unity in shared faces and shared stories. The Paracas skulls ask us to balance both, to honor the care that shaped those heads, while remaining open to wonders that defy our usual rules. Beyond appearance, the skulls point to belief and identity. Why would a society choose to shape heads so distinctly? What did an elongated head signify? Nobility, connection to the divine, or membership in a special community? In some cultures, Today, people alter their bodies with dress, tattoos, or hairstyles to show who they are. That practice can strengthen social bonds, offering a visual language of belonging. The Paracas people may have done the same thousands of years ago, sculpting identity with intentional, gentle pressure. Preparing for a big event often involves ritual, like putting on a special outfit or gathering with friends for last advice. Cranial shaping could have been their lifelong ritual, a promise kept from birth. In modern times, we use technology and science to probe the past. CT scans and DNA tests reveal the internal structure of these skulls, offering clues about diet, health, and possible genetic lineages. Artificial intelligence sifts through data on bone density and shape, comparing the Paracas specimens to other ancient skulls worldwide. It's awe-inspiring how our tools help us touch the lives of people long gone, translating silent bones into living history. Yet even the most advanced machine cannot feel the careful hands that wrapped cloth around a newborn's head day after day to guide its growth. That remains a deeply human act, rooted in love, hope, and shared vision. In relationships, we also shape each other gently, through kindness, support, and small daily gestures. Over time, those choices leave marks on our hearts, like subtle contours we may not fully notice until we pause and look back. The Paracas skulls remind us that change can be slow, nurturing, and beautiful, even when it alters the very shape of our being. As you settle into calm tonight, imagine holding one of those ancient skulls in your mind's eye. The smooth curve of bone, the gentle slope at the back, the quiet echo of someone's first breath shaped by devoted caretakers. Feel the breeze of the desert that finally rested those people in sand, wind, and memory. Let that sense of wonder guide you gently toward sleep. If the story of the Paracas' elongated skulls moved you, I'd love to hear your reflections. Have you ever felt a small change in yourself, a new habit or a ritual, reshape how you see the world? Share in the comments, and if you'd like more peaceful voyages into humanity's soft mysteries, please subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for joining me here tonight. May your dreams be as unique and gentle as these ancient sculpted heads, and may you wake with a fresh sense of wonder at the shapes we all carry within us. The Giroft Civilization finds. Have you ever picked up a forgotten object in your home, a small decorated box or a faded photograph, and felt a sudden connection to someone you never knew? Imagine discovering an entire city that lay hidden beneath a farm field for centuries, waiting silently for someone to brush away the dust and uncover its secrets. That is the story of Giroft, an archaeological site in southern Iran, where colorful pottery, carved chlorite vessels, and ornate seals emerged from the earth in the early 21st century, hinting at a civilization as rich and complex as those of ancient Mesopotamia or Egypt. Before we explore Giroft's buried wonders, I'd love to know, have you ever stumbled on something that spoke to you across time? Maybe a family heirloom tucked in an attic or a curious map in an old book. Share your experience and your location in the comments below. If calm tales of lost worlds help you relax, please like this video and subscribe so we can continue our gentle wanderings together. In 2001, local villagers in the Halil River Plain found beautifully carved stone vessels lying on the ground, plowed up by tractors. Soon after, archaeologists arrived and began careful excavations. What they uncovered was astonishing: a vast urban center dating back to around 3000 BCE, with large public buildings, fortified walls, and burial chambers filled with exquisite artifacts. Imagine digging in your backyard and finding not just coins or pottery shards, but an entire city's worth of treasures, each piece a postcard from people who lived, loved, and dreamed millennia ago. Think about arranging photos on a shelf to tell a story. Family milestones, vacations, simple moments of joy. The Giroft artifacts form a similar narrative. Bright green chlorite vessels depict animals, mythical creatures, and complex geometric designs. Intricate seals show men guiding beasts or looking toward symbols that may have been part of their written language. Each object invites us to imagine daily life in Giroft. The hands that carved it, the markets where it was traded, the celebrations where it was admired. On an ordinary day, we might glance at our phone or watch, taking modern tools for granted. Yet these ancient craftsmen worked with stone and clay, without electric lights or power tools, patiently shaping surfaces until they gleamed in sunlight. That patient care reminds us that true craftsmanship often moves slowly, guided by hand and heart rather than speed. There's a paradox here. A civilization so advanced in art and trade was nearly erased from history until chance brought it back into view. In our own lives, we sometimes let meaningful chapters fade, neglecting old friends, forgetting hobbies we once loved, or tucking away our own creative urges. Giraffe's story urges us to return to what matters, to brush away the dust and let hidden treasures shine once more. As researchers continue their work, they ask bigger questions. Did Giraffe's people have a writing system we've yet to decode? How far did their trade networks extend? Perhaps to the Indus Valley or Mesopotamia? And how did they organize their society, balancing daily tasks with spiritual or civic life? These questions touch on belief and language, reminding us that every culture crafts its own way of telling stories, marking time, and finding meaning. Modern technology lends a helping hand. Satellite images reveal city outlines beneath desert sands. Ground-penetrating radar maps buried walls and pathways. AI tools compare Giraffe's symbols with those from other ancient scripts, searching for patterns or relations. Even so, no machine can feel the smooth curve of a vessel beneath your fingertips or sense the wonder of holding a 5,000-year-old seal and tracing its tiny carvings. That human spark, the gentle gasp of discovery, connects us across time. In relationships, we also unearth hidden facets of those we care about. A long-lost talent, a quiet act of kindness, a buried memory that surfaces in a moment of calm. Each revelation reshapes our view of the people we know, much like each artifact reshapes our view of Giraffe's ancient inhabitants. As you wind down tonight, picture brushing away the last grains of sand to reveal a shimmering green bowl, its surface etched with a dancing goat. Feel the quiet thrill of that moment, the sense that you've touched something timeless. Let that gentle excitement guide you into sleep, where worlds past and present meet in subtle dreams. If the story of Giraffe moved you, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you ever revived a forgotten part of yourself or uncovered a hidden gem in your life? Share below, and if you'd like more soothing explorations of history's soft mysteries, please subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for joining me. May your dreams be as rich and colorful as the artifacts of Giraffe, and may tomorrow bring its own quiet discoveries. The Tartaria inscribed tablets. Have you ever come across an old notebook filled with neat looping writing and felt a thrill of curiosity, wondering who once held that pen and what stories those pages could tell? Imagine finding clay tablets buried beneath a field in Romania, each carved with symbols and pictures that don't match any known language. These are the Tartaria tablets discovered in the 1960s, and they seem to whisper of a time when writing was born long before we thought it was. Before we begin, I'd love to know, have you ever stumbled on a mysterious writing or symbol, perhaps on a shop wall or in an old book, and felt drawn to decode its meaning? Share your story and where you're watching from in the comments below. And if soft journeys through hidden histories help you unwind, please like this video and subscribe so we can keep exploring together. The first tablet, called Tartaria, was found with two others, each carefully inscribed with rows of signs, tiny lines, triangles, and stylized human figures. Some look like stick people raising their arms in greeting or ritual. Others resemble arrows or plants. At first glance, they seem like simple doodles, but the precision suggests a deliberate system, as if someone had set aside time to capture words or ideas in clay. Think about drawing a simple smiley face on a meeting note, casual, yet full of intent. Now imagine those doodles forming an entire vocabulary you can't yet read. That's the puzzle these tablets present. Dating methods. Place them around 5300 BCE, nearly 1,000 years before the earliest Sumerian scripts in Mesopotamia. If true, it means our timeline of writing may need to bend. expanding to include forgotten voices whispering from the Neolithic age. But some experts caution that the tablets might have been moved from their original layer, raising questions about their true age. Picture preparing for a big exam and finding an answer in the back of the textbook, only to learn the page might belong to a later edition. You'd feel both excitement and doubt, wanting to trust the clue, yet knowing you need more proof. That tension between hope and caution lies at the heart of the Tartaria tablet's mystery. In everyday life, we piece together stories from small clues: a faded photograph, a yellowed letter, a family anecdote passed across generations. Each fragment can reshape our view of the past. The Tartaria tablets are fragments of a vanished world, offering glimpses of beliefs, rituals, or even early record-keeping. Some scholars propose they encoded ownership or agricultural calendars, simple yet vital information for a farming community. Others see cosmic symbolism, a way to track the sun's journey or seasonal changes. Imagine marking your planting days by a series of chalk lines on a doorframe, basic but deeply meaningful. What if those lines, seen centuries later, reveal an entire tradition of care for the land written in stone? This mystery speaks to bigger themes of how we use language and symbol to connect, remember, and belong. Just as we lean on texts and screens to share thoughts today, early people may have turned to clay to give voice to their world. That leap, from thought to symbol, is a quiet act of faith, trusting that someone someday will understand. In modern times, researchers use digital photography and 3D scanning to capture every mark on the tablets. Artificial intelligence helps sort patterns, grouping similar signs and suggesting possible meanings. Yet machines can only point to patterns. They can't feel the soft weight of the clay or sense the intention behind a shallow groove pressed by a human finger. That part remains profoundly human, the spark of imagination that turns a symbol into a story. In our relationships, too, we rely on symbols, gifts, gestures, shared jokes to convey what words sometimes cannot. A simple cup of tea offered at just the right moment can speak louder than many sentences. The Tartaria tablets remind us that symbols are bridges across time and space, linking us to people who looked at the same sky, felt the same earth, and wondered as we do. As you settle into calm tonight, picture a quiet hillside in Romania, the sun dipping low and casting long shadows across a field. Imagine gently brushing aside soil to reveal a small slab of clay, its surface alive with signs. Feel the quiet thrill of that moment. The sense that someone, long ago, pressed their thought into this tablet, hoping it would last. Let that connection guide you into sleep, where dreams blend past and present into a single tapestry. If the story of the Tartaria tablet stirred your curiosity, please share your reflections below. Have you ever felt the pull of a forgotten message? And if you'd like more soothing explorations of history's hidden corners, subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for joining me. May your dreams carry you to new discoveries, and may tomorrow bring gentle surprises written in stone and memory. The Plain of Jars Mystery. Imagine stepping into a misty field at dawn, where the air is cool and still, and your footsteps echo on soft grass. Suddenly you see them, hundreds of giant stone jars, some taller than a person, scattered across the landscape like forgotten giants. You walk slowly among them, feeling their silent presence, and wonder, who placed these jars here and why? That is the gentle mystery of the Plain of Jars in Laos, a place where time seems to pause and the earth holds its breath. Before we wander further, I'd love to know, have you ever come across an odd landmark on a quiet walk? Perhaps a lone tree carved with symbols or an old well hidden in a meadow? Share your discovery and location in the comments below. And if calm stories of the past help you unwind, please like this video and subscribe so we can continue exploring together. The jars range from 3 to 6 feet tall and weigh several tons each. Made of sandstone, granite, or conglomerate, they are carved into simple, rounded shapes, some with lid-like tops, others open and empty. Early explorers guessed they were storage vessels, perhaps for rice or water. But when archaeologists examined them, they found no signs of grain or liquid.
Residue.
Instead, they uncovered human bones and burial urns buried around the jars, suggesting the site was used for funerary rites. Imagine setting out a bowl at a birthday party only to find a letter inside its curves. It changes how you see that simple object. The jars, once thought to be humble containers, reveal themselves as markers of ritual and memory. Think about preparing for an important exam. You gather notebooks and flashcards, arranging them neatly on a desk. Each note has its place and purpose. Now picture instead that you set a handful of stones in a circle, marking the boundary of a special place where you sit quietly to study. Those stones hold meaning not because of what they contain, but because of what they represent. In the same way, the people who placed these jars did so not to hold goods, but to honor the dead, to create a landscape of remembrance. Local legends speak of giants who once lived in the valley, carving the jars with their enormous hands. Others say the jars held rice wine to welcome visitors, a sign of generosity and celebration. These stories remind us how communities create meaning, weaving together myth and memory. In our own lives, we tell tales about why a family heirloom has been treasured, or how a beloved tree near our home came to stand solitary in the yard. Those narratives shape our sense of place and belonging, linking us to ancestors who came before. Archaeologists have dated some jars to as early as 500 BCE, but the site remained largely hidden until the 1930s. During a conflict in Laos, the valley fell into silence again, visited only by farmers tending rice fields. In those years, the jars stood watch over changing seasons, wars, and quiet returns. Imagine a photograph tucked away in an attic, unseen for decades, then discovered by chance to reveal a family story long forgotten. The Plain of Jars speaks, in the same way, a landscape of hidden chapters waiting for us to listen. Modern researchers use drones to map the vast fields of jars, while others gently clear vegetation to protect fragile carvings. Advanced dating and soil analysis reveal more about the people who used the site, their diets, their tools, and the steps they took to bury loved ones. Yet even with these high-tech methods, the jars keep their quiet power. No amount of data can capture the hush that falls when you stand among these silent giants at sunrise. Technology, including artificial intelligence, helps us see patterns, clusters, of jars arranged on hilltops or near water sources. AI can flag anomalies, guiding archaeologists to new clusters or buried jars. But AI cannot feel the cool stone under your hand or the soft wind across your cheek as you ponder the jar's purpose. That moment of connection between observer and object remains deeply human. On a gentle evening, think about how you create small altars of memory in your own life. Perhaps a shelf with photos of loved ones, candles lit for comfort, or simple stones collected on trips. Those personal markers carry meaning far beyond their material form. The Plain of Jars is a grand testament to that universal urge to remember, to honor, and to leave a trace of our passing on this earth. As you settle into calm tonight, picture the jars standing in quiet rows, bathed in soft moonlight, their shadows stretching across the grass like gentle arms reaching out. Feel the world slow around you and imagine the footsteps of those who placed these jars, walking softly among them, carrying hopes, fears, and love for those who passed into memory. Let that sense of ancient care guide you into restful dreams. If the story of the Plain of Jars moved you, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you ever created a personal ritual or found a place that holds deep meaning for you? Share below, and if you'd like more peaceful journeys into the world's quiet mysteries, please subscribe and click the bell. Thank you for joining me. May your dreams be as serene and enduring as these ancient jars cradling the whispers of time. The Karnak Stone. Alignments. Have you ever walked into a room and felt like something ancient was watching you, not with eyes, but with silence, as if the space held a memory older than your own? Now imagine stepping into a wide-open field where Thousands of giant stones stand in rows, stretched across the land like soldiers frozen in time. No signs, no loud explanations, just quiet, heavy stones standing still for thousands of years. That's what it feels like to stand before the Karnak stones in France. It's not just strange, it feels personal, like the stones are waiting for you to notice something you can't quite understand. Before we go deeper, I'd love to know, have you ever visited a place that made you feel small in a comforting way? Maybe a forest, a mountain, or an old building with no clear purpose? Drop your experience or location in the comments. It helps us build a quiet little community of wonder seekers. Now, back to these mysterious stones. Over 3,000 of them. Lined, up, some taller than you, some leaning, some cracked by time, but all standing like they were put there by someone who knew what they were doing. That's the mystery. Who placed them, and why? We don't really know. That's not the strange part, though. The strange part is how the longer you look at them, the more they start to feel alive. Imagine you're a child again, drawing shapes in the sand. You line up pebbles in straight lines or circles. Maybe you don't know why, but it feels right. Maybe it calms you. Maybe it gives a feeling of order. Now take that same feeling and stretch it across the fields of Brittany in France. Stones, placed carefully, row after row, line after line. Some say they were meant to track the stars, others think they held spiritual meaning or were used for ceremonies, but no one really knows for sure. It's like they were drawn there, not by tools or rulers, but by a rhythm, a feeling. Some believe the stones are older than the pyramids of Egypt. That's hard to believe, isn't it? We usually imagine pyramids when we think of old. But these quiet stones, standing in open fields with no fancy carvings or golden tops, might be even older. They don't shout history. They whisper it. There's no grand entrance. No dramatic background music. Just wine brushing through grass and stone. And yet, when you stand among them, you feel part of something very big, like you're walking through a forgotten language written in stone instead of words. A language we've lost the ability to read. Let's pause for a moment and think about something. When we feel lost in life, whether it's during exams, heartbreak, or big changes, we often look for something to hold on to. A pattern, a message, a sign. That's what these stones might have been for people long ago. They might not have had maps or phones or weather apps, but maybe they had the stars, and the stones helped them connect earth and sky. But here's the strange part. Some alignments go so far across the land that you wonder, how did they do this? Without modern tools? There are over 3,000 stones, and they're placed in straight lines across kilometers. If you tried to recreate that today, even with machines and drones, it would take a lot of effort. And yet someone did it thousands of years ago. Why? Were they measuring time? Marking seasons? Telling stories? Or maybe they were doing something we've forgotten how to do. Maybe they were listening more, watching the sky, feeling the ground, trusting instincts that we've replaced with screens and schedules. Maybe they weren't building to impress, they were building to understand. This brings us to something deeper. Have you ever thought about how we humans crave meaning? We want to know why, not just how. That's why we read books, watch movies, listen to songs. We want to feel connected, not just to each other, but to something bigger. That's what these stones do. They pull us out of our daily worries and into a slower, older rhythm, one that doesn't care about deadlines or followers or exam results, just presence, stillness, time. Sometimes when life gets noisy, we look for quiet not in silence, but in spaces that feel grounded. That's what the Karnak stones offer. They don't move. They don't change. They just are. And in a world that's always shifting, that can be healing. Some people who visit the site say they feel emotional for no clear reason, a heaviness in the chest, a lump in the throat, as if their body remembers something their mind has forgotten. Maybe it's the feeling of being part of something ancient. Maybe it's the reminder that we're not the first ones to feel lost or hopeful or curious. There were others, long before us, who stood in the same spot and looked at the same stones and wondered the same things. There's even a local legend that says the stones were once Roman soldiers turned to stone by a wizard. Of course, it's a myth, but maybe myths are just another way to explain the unexplainable. Stories we tell when logic doesn't give us enough comfort. And here's where it gets interesting. Some researchers believe the stones might have been placed with acoustic properties in mind. That means sounds, chants, songs, or even footsteps could have echoed in a special way through the rows. Think about that. Not only were they placed carefully, but they might have created an experience, a space where sound danced between the stones, almost like a prehistoric concert hall, but not for entertainment, for something sacred. The mystery of the Karnak stones reminds us that not everything needs to be solved to be meaningful. Some things are beautiful because they don't give us all the answers. They invite us to slow down, to wonder, to be okay with not knowing. So tonight, as you lie down to sleep, think of those quiet stones, standing in the moonlight, watching stars pass, whispering secrets in a language older than words. They are still there, waiting, not to be understood, but to be felt. If this quiet journey spoke to you, take a moment to like the video, leave a comment, or subscribe for more calm reflections like this. Your support helps us stay grounded together. Thank you for being here. Sleep well. The Al-Ubaid figurine statues. Have you ever looked into the eyes of a doll or statue and felt like it was looking back at you? Not in a scary way, but in a quiet, curious way, as if it knew something you didn't? Maybe it was an old toy from your childhood or a strange figure in a museum. Now imagine something like that, but older than any city you've ever known. Something so old we don't even fully understand who made it, or why. That's what happens when you see the Al-Ubaid figurines, small, strange statues, eyes that are wide and watching, bodies that don't quite look human, and a mystery that stretches back over 7,000 years. Before we begin, I want to ask, have you ever seen an object that just didn't make sense to you? Maybe while traveling or in your grandparents' home, something that felt like it didn't belong in this time. Let me know in the comments. Share the place or moment. It helps us build a quiet little space where curious minds can connect. Now, imagine this, a dusty village in southern Iraq where the heat presses down like a heavy blanket. Long ago, this place was home to one of the first known human settlements, Al-Ubaid. People there lived in mud brick houses, grew food, and started forming the early shapes of society. But buried beneath the ground, hidden for thousands of years, were strange statues, unlike anything else from that time. These figurines are small, easy to hold in your hand, but when you look at them, your mind begins to race. Their heads are long. Their eyes are large and slanted. Their faces look almost reptile-like. But they have human bodies, arms, legs, even clothes. One is sitting and holding a child. Another appears to be wearing a kind of crown or helmet. They look like they were made with care, with purpose. But what purpose? These aren't the kind of statues that were made just for decoration. They seem to carry a meaning, but that meaning is hard to guess. Some people think they may have been spiritual figures, gods maybe. Others believe they were symbols of some lost culture that has faded from memory. There's even a theory that they might not represent humans at all, that they were made to look like something else. But what and why? Sometimes, when we're faced with the unknown, our minds try to fill the gaps. Like when you're walking home late at night and you hear a sound behind you. You don't know what it is, but your imagination rushes to explain it. A dog, a person, the wind, or maybe something stranger. That's what these statues do. They leave just enough open space for the mind to wander. In school, we're taught about the past in a straight line. First, people learned how to farm. Then they built towns. Then cities. But when you see these figurines, so detailed, so unusual, you start to wonder if history is more like a circle, or maybe a puzzle. What if some things were discovered and lost over and over again? What if people long ago were asking the same questions we are now? The alubide figurines make you think about identity, about how we see ourselves and how others might see us. If you could carve a small statue to represent your beliefs, your hopes, your fears, what would it look like? Would it look like you? Or would it show something deeper, something from dreams or stories? These figures don't speak, but they stir something inside us. Maybe it's the way their eyes seem both calm and alert. Or maybe it's the way they don't quite fit in any box, not fully human, not fully animal, not clearly one thing or another. And maybe that's the point. Maybe they were never meant to be one thing. This idea of something that doesn't fit neatly into categories touches us even now. In our lives, we often feel pressure to define things clearly, to explain who we are, what we believe, what we want. But sometimes we're in between childhood and adulthood, between knowing and not knowing, between comfort and change. And in those in-between spaces, we often grow the most. Some say the figurines show a type of being that visited the people of Alubide. Others think they reflect an inner world, a part of the imagination or spirit that we no longer understand. But no one knows for sure. And maybe that's why they've lasted so long in our thoughts, because they refuse to give answers. They just ask better questions. Like, what does it mean to be human? Is it the shape of our body? The thoughts in our mind? The feelings in our heart? And if these figures aren't human, does that make them less meaningful or more? In today's world, where so much is explained and measured, it can feel strange to sit with mystery. But the Alubide figurines invite us to do just that, to sit quietly, to wonder, to imagine what life was like for someone thousands of years ago, holding this small statue in their hands. Did they pray with it, teach with it, fear it, or love it? We'll never know for sure. But sometimes, not knowing is what makes something beautiful, like a song without words, or a dream you can't fully remember. The figurines remain, not as puzzles to solve, but as reminders that the world is bigger than our answers. If this calm exploration sparked something in you, I'd love for you to like the video, leave a comment, or subscribe. Each voice here adds to the quiet circle we're building. Thank you for being part of this moment. Sleep deeply, dream gently, and remember, the past may be silent, but it's never empty. The Sajama Desert Lines. Imagine walking alone in the middle of a vast desert where everything around you is still. The wind brushes your face and the land stretches out endlessly in every direction. Then, as you look down from a mountain or a passing plane, something strange appears. Thousands of perfectly straight lines crossing the desert floor, like they were drawn by a giant hand long ago. But here's the mystery. No one truly knows who made them, how they made them, or why they even exist. These are the Sajama lines in Bolivia, and they may just be one of the oldest and largest artworks on Earth. Yet almost no one talks about them. Before we dive deeper, let me ask you something. Have you ever seen something that didn't make sense at first? Maybe a pattern in nature, or a symbol carved into a tree, or even a strange path in your hometown that made you wonder who walked it first. If you've experienced something like that, I'd love for you to share it in the comments. Let's build a quiet little circle of curious minds, people who enjoy exploring the quiet mysteries that live just beneath the surface of the world. Now back to the lines. The Sajama lines are located in western Bolivia, near an ancient volcano called Sajama. From up close, they look like simple paths carved into the dry ground. But from above, the picture changes. Thousands of these straight lines cross each other, stretch for miles, and go over hills, valleys, and rivers, without ever curving, bending, or breaking. Some lines run for over 10 miles, and yet they are as straight as if they were drawn by machines. But they weren't. They were made by people. Long ago, with no tools we would use today. There are no wheels marks, no signs of carts, just footpaths. Imagine that. Generations of people walking slowly in the same direction, pressing down the soil with their footsteps until the earth itself remembered the path. That's how many experts think the Sajama lines were created, not by carving or cutting, but simply by walking. Think about that for a second. In today's world, we move fast. We tap, swipe, click. But these lines were made with time, with patience, with people walking and walking and walking, probably for a reason they deeply believed in. It makes you pause and ask, what kind of belief could make someone walk the same line for years? Maybe it was spiritual. Maybe it was to connect villages. Maybe it was something else entirely. In life, we often follow invisible lines, the route to school or work, the habits we repeat every day, the thoughts we go back to even when we don't want to. Some of these lines guide us, others trap us, and sometimes we don't even know we're walking them. The Sajama lines bring that to mind. They make you wonder, what lines are you walking without realizing? One of the strangest parts of the Sajama lines is how little they've changed over time. Despite weather, wind, and even rain, they remain quiet, long, unbroken. That tells us something else, that the people who made them didn't just walk once. They walked again and again, generation after generation, maybe to mark something, maybe to remember, maybe to leave something behind. There are no signs on the lines, no writings, no instructions, just direction. This simplicity is part of the mystery, and maybe that's also a message for us. In a world full of noise and clutter, maybe the quiet lines of Sajama remind us that not everything meaningful needs to be loud or complicated. Sometimes the deepest truths are the quietest ones. Some believe the lines were made to connect sacred sites. Others say they were a kind of path for spiritual journeys, or even ways to map the stars. But no one knows for sure. And in that not knowing, there's a kind of beauty, because it leaves room for imagination. It invites us to wonder, to ask, and to listen, not just to history, but to ourselves. The lines don't just cross the land, they cross our thoughts. They make us ask bigger questions, like, what does it mean to leave a mark, not just on the ground, but on someone's heart, someone's life? And how do we know if the path we're walking has a purpose, or if we're just following footsteps without thinking? The Sajama lines feel old, yes, but they also feel alive, as if they are still part of something we've forgotten or maybe never fully understood. And perhaps that's why they were made, to remind those who came after that not everything needs to be solved. Some things are meant to be walked, felt, and respected. In a way, the Sajama lines are a soft reminder of how small we are, and yet how much we can shape the world with our actions, not through force, but through steady, repeated steps. And that might be one of the most powerful lessons of all. So, if this journey through Bolivia's forgotten desert lines stirred something inside you, I invite you to like this video, subscribe, or leave a comment with your thoughts. Tell me where you're watching from, or share a small mystery from your part of the world. Together, we can create a space where silence speaks, and old paths find new eyes. Thank you for joining me in this gentle exploration. Sleep well, and remember, some lines lead to answers and some lead to peace. The London Hammer Anomaly. Imagine you're walking along a quiet riverbank, enjoying the sound of the water, the warmth of the sun, and the feeling of soft earth under your shoes. Then, suddenly, something strange catches your eye. You look closer and see a piece of wood sticking out of a rock. It's smooth, worn down by time, and as you pull the rock apart, you find something impossible, a hammer. But not a new one. It looks old, very old. The metal is fused into the stone like it's been trapped there for millions of years. This strange object, known today as the London Hammer, is one of those things that makes us stop and wonder, how can something so simple be so confusing? Before we go further, I'd like to ask you something. Have you ever found something that didn't quite fit its place? Maybe an object from the past hidden in your home? Or a story that seemed too strange to be real? If something like that has ever happened to you, I'd love to hear about it in the comments. Where are you watching from? Let's make this a calm space for wonder, where people from around the world can share the quiet mysteries they've noticed. The London hammer was found in Texas, near a small town called London. It wasn't discovered in a museum or during an official dig. It was found by a couple just walking along the river in the 1930s. They picked up a rock, cracked it open, and there it was, a hammer buried inside, the head made of iron, the handle partly turned to stone. That alone sounds strange, but what makes it even stranger is the rock itself. Some believe it could be over 100 million years old. That's where the mystery begins. If the rock is truly that old, then how did a man-made tool end up inside it? It's like finding a plastic toy inside a dinosaur fossil. It doesn't make sense. And yet the hammer exists. People have held it. Scientists have studied it. And still, no one can fully explain it. Let's think about this slowly. We all know what a hammer is. It's one of the simplest tools. You might have one in your house. We use it to build, to fix, to create. It's not high-tech. It doesn't glow or beep. But maybe that's why this mystery feels so personal. It's something we recognize, something we understand, and yet it's part of a puzzle we can't solve. Some believe the hammer is not as old as the rock around it, that it somehow got buried and the stone formed quickly. Others say it proves something we've never considered, that maybe people were here long, long before we thought. That history isn't a straight line, but more like a circle, repeating, folding in on itself. It makes you think about how we tell stories, not just about the past, but about ourselves. We like to believe we know where we came from, where we're going. But sometimes, all it takes is one small thing, like an old hammer in a stone, to remind us that there's so much we don't know. In life, we often try to make everything fit, like arranging puzzle pieces, or matching socks, or lining up days in a calendar. But what do we do when something doesn't fit, when it sticks out? Some people ignore it. Others get curious. And maybe that's where wonder begins, not in having all the answers, but in asking the questions that have no easy reply. Think about this in your own life. Maybe you've faced moments that didn't make sense, a relationship that ended too soon, a decision you can't explain, a feeling that wouldn't go away. Like the hammer, these moments don't always fit, but they still matter. They stay with us. They ask us to look closer. The London hammer doesn't give us any clear message. It doesn't have a carving or a code. It's just there, quiet, solid, and strange. And maybe that's enough. Maybe its silence is the message, that not everything in life is meant to be solved. Some things are just meant to be seen, held, and remembered. In a way, this forgotten tool trapped in stone speaks to something deeper, about how we bury things, memories, ideas, truths. We cover them with time, with routine, with doubt. And yet, sometimes they come back. They rise again. And when they do, they change how we see everything around them. Even today, the hammer is kept in a small museum. People visit it, take pictures, wonder about it. Some believe it's a message from another time. Others think it's just a rare trick of nature. But no one really knows, and that's what keeps the story alive. So if this gentle journey into one of the world's quiet mysteries made you feel something, a spark of wonder, a pause in your thoughts, please consider liking the video, leaving a comment, or subscribing for more stories like this. Tell us where you're watching from, or share something you've seen that made you pause. You never know who else might feel the same way. Thank you for being here, for slowing down, for letting yourself wonder. Sleep well. And remember, the world is full of small things with big questions. Some, like the London hammer, are buried in stone. Others, maybe, are waiting quietly in you. The hypogeum of Hal Saflieni. Imagine walking into a quiet room and suddenly hearing your own voice echo in a strange, deep way. Not loud, not sharp, but soft and powerful, like it's vibrating through your bones. Now imagine that this room isn't made of machines or speakers. It's carved out of stone by hand, thousands of years ago, and no one knows exactly why. This is the mystery of the Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni, a place buried under the ground, older than the pyramids, filled with whispers from the past. And yet, even today, it still makes people pause and wonder, not just because of what's there, but because of what can't be explained. Before we go further, I'd love to know, have you ever been in a space that felt different? Not just quiet or old, but alive in a way you couldn't describe? Maybe a room in your childhood home, or a quiet forest path after rain? If you have, share it in the comments. Tell us where you're from and what that place meant to you. We're building a calm space here, a place to share soft thoughts and quiet moments together. The Hypogeum sits under the streets of a town in Malta. You could walk past it and never know it's there, but below the surface, it opens into rooms and passages cut deep into stone. And the deeper you go, the stranger it becomes. Some parts are wide and open, others are tight and narrow, like they were made to lead the mind, not just the body. And then there's the oracle room, a chamber that seems to hum when a voice speaks inside. A low, steady sound that touches something deep inside. The feeling is hard to describe. Some say it makes them feel calm. Others say it opens something, like a dream remembered too suddenly. Let's pause here for a moment. Think about your own voice, how it sounds when you're nervous before a test, or quiet when you're sad, loud when you're excited. Now imagine your voice filling a room perfectly designed to carry it, to stretch it and shape it without any tools or wires. That's what the Hypogeum does. But how did people so long ago know how to do this? They didn't have microphones or maps, or even written language. And yet, they carved a space that still moves people today. The age of the Hypogeum is part of the mystery. It's believed to be over 5,000 years old. That's older than Stonehenge, older than most of the world's known civilizations, and inside, people found things that feel both familiar and strange. Small carved statues, bones laid carefully. In corners, red paint still clinging to the stone. It wasn't just a shelter. It was something else. Maybe a place of rest. Maybe a place of sound. Or maybe both. Some people think it was used for rituals. Others believe it was a tomb. But none of the answers feel complete. The sound in the oracle room changes people. Scientists even studied how it affects the brain. Some frequencies seem to quiet the mind. Others seem to stir up visions, emotions, thoughts you didn't expect, like a secret door opening in your head. And that's where the bigger questions begin. How much do we really understand about sound or silence? In today's world, we're surrounded by noise, phones buzzing, traffic outside, deadlines piling up. But what happens when you step into a space designed for deep, quiet sound? Does it bring peace or something else? Could a place like the Hypogeum remind us of something we've forgotten? How to listen deeply, not just to others, but to ourselves? This touches more than just history. It reaches into how we think, how we dream, how we understand things we can't see. Some people believe the Hypogeum was made to help the mind go deeper, like a natural machine for thought, a way to connect beyond language or time. And maybe in a quiet way, it still works. Let's think about how often we need spaces like that now. A quiet walk after an argument, a soft room after a long day, a place to rest when thoughts feel too heavy. We all carry noise in our lives, but sometimes it's in the silence that things begin to heal. That's why the Hypogeum still matters, not just because it's old or rare, but because it reminds us of the power of quiet spaces, of echoes, of being still. And maybe that's the lesson, that long before technology, before cities, Before fast lives and glowing screens, people already knew that sound and silence were powerful. They didn't write it down. They carved it into stone. And it's still there, waiting. If you found this mystery gentle and interesting, please consider liking this video, leaving a comment, or subscribing. Tell us where you're watching from, or share a moment when you found peace in a strange place. You never know who might read it and feel less alone. Thank you for spending this moment with me, for slowing down, for letting your thoughts stretch quietly. Sleep well tonight. And remember, not all mysteries are meant to be solved. Some are meant to be felt. Just like the soft echo of a voice in a deep, quiet room where time still listens. The Fuente Magna inscription. Imagine holding a bowl in your hands. Not a fancy one made of gold, not covered in jewels. Just a simple old stone bowl. Heavy, worn, cracked at the edges. Now imagine looking inside and seeing lines carved into the surface, symbols, letters, not from the land where it was found, but from a place across the ocean. A language that shouldn't be there. A message from someone who should never have touched this soil. That's the mystery of the Fuente Magna. A quiet object that asks a loud question. How could this be? Before we wander further into this strange story, I'd like to ask you something simple. Have you ever found something unexpected in a place it didn't belong? A seashell far from the sea, a lost photo in an old book, a voice you recognized in a dream. If anything like that has happened to you, tell us in the comments. Let us know where you're from too. It's comforting to see how many of us feel the same kinds of wonder, no matter where we live. The Fuente Magna bowl was found near Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, resting quietly in the soil. No guards, no signs, just waiting. At first it seemed like an ordinary discovery, just another piece of pottery in a region full of history. But when someone looked inside, they saw writing. That alone is interesting. But it's what the writing looked like that made people pause, because it didn't match the symbols of ancient Bolivia. Instead, it looked strangely familiar to something found far away, in the lands once ruled by Sumerians from thousands of years ago. Think about that for a moment. It's like finding a school notebook written in your handwriting in a country you've never visited. How would that make sense? The writing inside the bowl resembled cuneiform, one of the earliest known systems of writing. And if that connection were real, it would mean that someone, somehow, carried those marks across continents long before ships and planes made the world feel small. This is where the mystery deepens, because no one has clear proof of how or why. There's no record of Sumerian people traveling to South America. No roads, no maps, no stories passed down. And yet the symbols are there, carved carefully, not random scratches, not accidents, but something that took time, patience, and purpose. Let's pause here and think about how strange language really is. We use it every day without even thinking. We say, "I'm fine" when we're tired. We say, "I love you" in whispers or jokes. But written words, they stay. They last, long after the speaker is gone. They're a kind of echo, like a memory left behind in the open. That's what makes the Fuente Magna so strange. It might be an echo that doesn't belong here, in this land, in this time. Some experts believe the bowl is genuine. Others are certain it's a mistake, or even a trick. But like many old mysteries, the truth hides behind layers. Layers of belief, doubt, history, and silence. The bowl doesn't shout its story. It simply waits for someone to look closer. Now, imagine you're sitting in your room, thinking about your own memories, old texts from someone you miss, a note you wrote and never sent, a message you don't understand yet. These are like inscriptions in the bowl of your own life, messages that might only make sense years later, or never, and that's okay. The Fuente Magna makes us ask not just how far people could travel, but how far their ideas could reach. Did ancient people understand more than we think? Did they cross oceans, not just with boats, but with thoughts? With stories? With dreams? In a world where information moves so fast now, maybe it's good to remember how slow and careful knowledge once was. Every carved line took effort. Every word mattered. And maybe that's why the bowl still captures attention. Because it reminds us that history is not just a straight line, it's a circle, or maybe a spiral. Things come back, stories overlap, people forget and remember again. In the end, it's not just about proving where the bowl came from, it's about listening to the feeling it gives us. That little tug inside your chest that says, "Wait, what if this is true?" If this gentle mystery made you think, I'd love for you to like this video, leave a soft comment, or subscribe to Stay With us as we explore more puzzles like this. Maybe share a quiet thought or a strange discovery of your own. You never know who might read it and feel a little more connected. Thanks for spending this time with me, for being curious, for slowing down. Sleep well tonight, and if you ever find something that doesn't make sense, maybe don't try to solve it too quickly. Some questions are better left, like quiet inscriptions, waiting patiently for the right moment to be understood. The Lothagam North Pillars. Imagine standing in the middle of a desert, wind brushing across your skin, dust settling in the corners of your eyes. There's no sound but the quiet hum of the earth. And in front of you, rising out of the ground, like silent watchers, are tall stone pillars, arranged with care, marking something, or someone. No names, no faces, just stone. But somehow it feels personal, like whoever built them wanted to speak to us, thousands of years later. That's the mystery of the Lothagam North Pillars. They don't tell their story in words. They tell it in silence. Before we look deeper into this strange and beautiful place, let me ask you something. Have you ever walked into a room and even though no one was there, you could feel something? Like the walls remembered, like the air held a secret. Maybe a place you visited as a child, maybe a photo of someone who left. That feeling, quiet but powerful, is what people often feel when they see the Lothagam site in Kenya. And if you've ever had a moment like that, I'd love to know. Share your story in the comments. Tell us where you're listening from. It's calming to know that across the world, we all feel the same quiet mysteries. Lothagam North is one of the oldest known cemeteries in Eastern Africa. It was built by a group of people over 5,000 years ago. People who had no cities, no writing, and no kings. Just communities. They lived by moving with the weather, following the water, and listening to the land. And yet, when it came time to honor their dead, they didn't choose something small. They built a place that took time, effort, and shared purpose. A monument with large stone pillars, surrounding a deep platform where their loved ones were gently laid to rest. Not just the rich, not just the strong, but everyone. This isn't something we expect. We often hear about monuments built by powerful rulers, kings who left their names in stone, empires that raised walls to be remembered. But here, at Lothagam, there are no royal graves, no signs that one person mattered more than another. It seems that every person, young or old, was treated with the same care, the same love. That's what makes it so mysterious. Why would a group of people, without wealth or written language, come together to build something so meaningful and so equal? Think about our own lives for a moment. When someone passes away, we gather. We tell stories. We light candles, or hold photos, or visit quiet places. It doesn't matter how much money they had. What matters is who they were, what they meant to us. That simple human connection hasn't changed in thousands of years. And maybe that's why the Lothagam pillars still move us. They show that even long ago, people knew how to grieve, how to honor, how to remember. The stone pillars themselves are large, rough, and still standing tall after thousands of years. They were carried from far away, placed carefully, and set in circles. Why? We don't know. But many believe the shape and layout were meaningful, perhaps spiritual, or maybe even symbolic of the cycle of life. Whatever the reason, it wasn't random. It was chosen. That's the part that touches something deep inside us. Even when people had little, they still chose meaning. Let's pause here and think about how we measure value in life, in death, in memory. Sometimes we think of value as something you can count, like money, or likes, or followers. But in places like Lothagam, value was shown in action, in how you cared for someone after they were gone, in how the community came together to build something that would last, even when no one would be around to explain it. There are many mysteries still unsolved about this site. Who exactly were these people? What stories did they tell? What music did they play? What dreams did they have? We may never know, but we do know they felt something strong enough to move giant stones, to dig deep into the ground and to face death with a sense of peace rather than fear. And maybe that's something we can learn from, because sometimes in today's fast and loud world, we forget the power of stillness. We forget how deeply we can feel in silence. The Lothagam North pillars remind us that some of the most beautiful truths don't need to be shouted. They can be whispered through stone, through time, through quiet acts of love. If this gentle story stirred something inside you, I'd be so glad if you liked this video, left a kind comment, or subscribed to stay with us as we explore more quiet wonders together. Maybe you've been to a place, like Lothagam, or maybe you've felt its energy in a simple park bench, an old tree, or the corner of a forgotten room. Whatever it is, feel free to share it. Sometimes, just writing it out is a kind of remembering. Thank you for spending this time with me, for listening with care, for wondering without rushing to answers. The Lothagam North pillars are still standing today, not to tell us who they were, but to remind us who we are. That even in the simplest places, with no power, no kings, and no names, people can still build something eternal, something made from love, and silence, and stone. Sleep well tonight, and may your dreams be as peaceful and deep as the desert that holds those ancient stones. The Iud aluminum wedge. Imagine digging into the earth and finding something that shouldn't exist, not just old bones or broken pots, but something modern, something far too advanced for the time it's supposed to belong to. That's exactly what happened near the small town of Aiud in Romania. Deep in the ground, under layers of history, workers found a strange object. It looked like metal, but not just any metal. It was aluminum, and it was found next to bones that were thousands of years old. That moment, that quiet confusion, still lingers today, because if the story is true, it changes everything we thought we knew. Have you ever come across something that didn't fit? Maybe a feeling that someone was watching when no one was there, or a moment in a dream that felt more real than waking life. That's what makes the Aiud wedge feel so strange. It's not just an object, it's a question wrapped in silence. If you've ever had a moment like that, a time when something seemed out of place but you couldn't explain it, I'd love to know. Share your story in the comments, and tell us where you're listening from. It's calming to know we're all walking through these mysteries together. The wedge was found in the 1970s during some construction work. The workers were digging near a riverbank when they discovered the bones of an extinct animal, buried deep under the earth. Right next to the bones was this strange metallic object. It looked like a piece of machinery, smooth, curved, and shaped like something that might fit on a flying machine. But that didn't make sense, because if it really had been buried for thousands of years, it couldn't possibly be aluminum. That metal wasn't widely used until just over 100 years ago. And yet this wedge seemed to be made of exactly that. It's like finding a smartphone inside a pyramid. It doesn't just raise eyebrows, it quietly shakes everything we thought was solid. Now, scientists have tested the object. Some say it really is aluminum. Others claim the results were mixed. Some believe it could be part of a World War II machine that somehow got buried by mistake. Others say it's far older than that. The truth? We still don't know. And maybe that's what makes it stay in our minds so long after hearing about it. Think about it this way. Imagine you're taking a test in school. You flip to the last question, and it's written in a language you've never seen. It's clear, it's printed, but you can't read it, and no one else seems to know where it came from. That's the feeling the unused wedge gives to those who study it, like something was left behind but without a note, without a reason, just a quiet presence, as if it's waiting for us to notice something we've been missing all along. The wedge itself is not very large. It looks like a broken part of a larger machine. Some say it resembles a foot from landing gear. Others say it could be a support bracket. But none of that fits neatly with what was found around it. Bones that belonged to animals who lived long before any modern machines ever existed. No cities, no electricity, no tools advanced enough to shape aluminum. And yet, there it was. Let's take a breath here and think bigger. What if our view of history isn't as complete as we believe? Not wrong, but incomplete, like a puzzle with missing pieces. Sometimes we only realize what's missing when we find a piece that doesn't belong. That's what this wedge could be. A quiet reminder that the story we tell ourselves is just one version, and there might be more. In today's world, we're used to explanations. Everything has a cause, a label, a timeline. We scroll past mysteries, expecting answers. But sometimes the deepest truths aren't meant to be solved, they're meant to be felt. The unused wedge invites us to slow down, to listen to the past, not as a series of dates and facts, but as a living mystery, a gentle reminder that time might not be as straight as we think. Maybe you felt that before, walking into an old building, hearing a song from childhood, or watching the stars and realizing how small we really are. These aren't just feelings, they're doorways, soft openings into deeper thought, and the unused wedge is one of those openings. A tiny, quiet object that whispers, "There's more." If this kind of mystery touches something inside you, I'd be honored if you liked this video, left a thoughtful comment, or subscribed to stay connected. We explore many stories like this, calm, curious, and always human. And you're always welcome here. Maybe you've even seen or felt something that didn't make sense at the time. A strange light, an odd sound, a detail in a dream that stayed with you long after you woke up. These moments matter more than we know. Please feel free to share. So, here we are back with the wedge, resting in a museum, still silent, still strange, still waiting. Not demanding answers, not shouting for attention, just existing, as if it knows its purpose isn't to be understood, but to be wondered about. In a way, that's more powerful than any explanation. Because in a world that moves fast, sometimes the greatest gift is to slow down and listen to something we may never fully explain. Sleep well tonight. And if your dreams carry you to strange places filled with metal objects and forgotten stories, let them. Because maybe mystery isn't something to solve. Maybe it's something to feel, quietly, deeply, and together. The Brazilian geogonal patterns. Imagine walking through a forest so thick with trees that sunlight barely reaches the ground. Everything is green, quiet, and wild. You feel like the world around you has always been untouched, but then someone takes a photo from high above and suddenly you see something that doesn't fit. Perfect circles, straight lines, giant squares, shapes carved into the earth. Not recently, but long ago. Hidden under the trees of the Amazon, these designs should not exist. And yet they do. They're called geoglyphs, and their presence changes everything we thought we knew about ancient Brazil. Have you ever come across something that felt too perfect to be natural? Maybe a rock shaped like a heart, or a tree that grows in a perfect spiral. It makes you stop for a moment and wonder, how? That's the same feeling many scientists had when they saw these massive patterns for the first time. If you've ever visited a place that gave you that same quiet feeling of awe, of mystery, I'd love to hear about it. Share where you're watching from, too. It's amazing how connected we all are through these strange and beautiful stories. The Brazilian geoglyphs were first noticed when parts of the rainforest were being cleared for farmland. As trees were removed, enormous shapes began to appear. Circles more than 300 feet wide, long straight ditches, squares so perfect they looked like they were made with rulers. But the deeper mystery isn't just their shape, it's their age. These geoglyphs were made long before modern tools existed. Thousands of years ago, people who we once thought were simple forest tribes were creating large-scale designs in the earth, not randomly, but with purpose. It's like showing up to school and finding that the quietest student in the class had written a full novel in their notebook, detailed, thoughtful, and beautiful. You never expected it, not because they weren't smart, but because no one thought to look. That's what happened with the Amazon. For years we believed it was untouched, wild, too dense for ancient civilizations. But the geoglyphs say something different. They whisper that people lived here, not just surviving but building, designing, and dreaming. The patterns themselves are dug into the ground, sometimes several feet deep. They form shapes that can only be seen from high above, similar to the famous lines in Peru. But these are in Brazil, far from where such patterns were expected, and the number keeps growing, with each year, as satellite images improve, and more land is studied, new geoglyphs are found, hundreds have already been discovered. Some estimate there could be more than 1,000 still hidden beneath the trees. Now here's the strange part, we still don't know what they were used for. Some people believe they were gathering places. Others think they had spiritual or religious meanings, maybe even calendars or maps written into the earth, but no one really knows. There are no clear clues, no writings, no tools, just shapes, like someone left us a message in a language we haven't learned how to read yet. Imagine having a dream where you find a letter with your name on it, written in handwriting that feels familiar, but you can't understand the words. That's what these patterns feel like. They were made by people not so different from us. People who loved, worried, celebrated, and hoped. And yet their voices are silent, their meanings lost. All that's left are the shapes, resting quietly under the forest floor. It makes you wonder how much of the past is still hiding beneath the surface? Not just in the Amazon, but everywhere. Cities buried under deserts, roads under lakes, stories under silence. Sometimes history isn't gone, it's just waiting for us to slow down, to look closer, to listen without expecting answers right away. These geoglyphs also make us think about language, not just the words we speak, but the ways we express meaning. Maybe ancient people didn't need writing like we do. Maybe their language was space and earth, lines and circles. Maybe what they built was not meant to be read, but felt. Like music you can't explain but still understand. Like dreams you can't remember but still carry with you. If this kind of mystery touches something inside you, I invite you to like this video, leave a comment, or subscribe for more quiet journeys like this one. We walk through these stories, not to solve them, but to feel them. To remember that the world is still full of wonder, and that it's okay not to have all the answers. Some researchers now believe the Amazon once held large, complex societies. Cities made not of stone, but of wood and earth. People who lived in balance with the forest, shaping it gently without taking too much. And maybe these geoglyphs are the keys to understanding their way of life, not loud monuments, but quiet symbols, left behind not to impress, but to share something deep and true. As you rest tonight, picture those patterns, hidden under the trees, quiet, patient, still alive in their own way. Maybe their meaning isn't just in the past. Maybe it's a message for us now, a reminder to look deeper, to listen more, to leave behind shapes not of noise, but of thought, of care, of quiet mystery. Sleep well tonight, and if you dream of circles in the earth, of ancient hands shaping the land with meaning we've yet to understand, let those dreams take you further. Because maybe mystery isn't there to confuse us. Maybe it's there to gently wake something inside us that we forgot was still listening. The Baltic Sea. Seafloor anomaly. Imagine diving deep into the cold, dark sea, where light disappears and silence surrounds you like a soft blanket. You're far below the waves, where few people have ever been. Suddenly, your equipment starts acting strange. The compass spins, the camera flickers, and right in front of you is something no one can explain. A giant shape on the ocean floor. Round, flat, too perfect to be a rock, too strange to be forgotten. It sits there like a memory, waiting. This is the Baltic Sea anomaly. And what it is, no one knows for sure. Have you ever come across something that made no sense but still felt important? Like a childhood dream that stuck with you for years, even though it had no clear meaning, or a place in nature that made you feel like you were standing inside a secret. That's the feeling this strange object gives to many who see it. If you've ever felt that kind of quiet mystery, share your story in the comments, and let us know where you're listening from. It's always special to see where these stories travel. The Baltic Sea anomaly was first found in 2011. A group of explorers were scanning the ocean floor for sunken ships when they noticed something strange on their equipment. A shape, a massive one, about 200 feet wide, lying at the bottom of the sea between Sweden and Finland. When they sent divers down to take a closer look, they found a structure unlike anything they had seen before. It was smooth in some places, rough in others, circular, almost like a giant disc. Some said it looked like a staircase or even a landing pad. But what truly caught their attention was the way their machines behaved when they got close. Electronic signals dropped. Cameras stopped working. Even phones wouldn't connect. It was like the object was surrounded by some kind of field, something that didn't want to be found. Now that might sound like something from a science fiction movie, but the divers, researchers, and camera crew who were there experienced it themselves, and they kept asking the same question. What is this thing? Could it be natural? A strange rock formation created by ice, water, and time? Or is it something made? Something left behind long ago? Think about moments in your own life when things didn't behave the way they should. Maybe your phone died during a storm, or a light flickered in a quiet room when no one touched the switch. We don't always have answers, and maybe that's okay. The Baltic Sea anomaly reminds us that even in this modern world, where we think we've explored everything, there are still corners left untouched. Some believe the structure is just a glacial deposit, a leftover piece of the Ice Age. Cold, still, shaped by nature. But others believe it's more than that its design is too even, too clean. Some parts even look like they were cut, like someone or something placed it there thousands of years ago, and then it was forgotten, left under the sea until someone came too close. What makes this mystery deeper is that no one has been able to fully study the object. It's too far down, too expensive to reach again, and every attempt to return has been met with strange problems. Broken equipment, bad weather, even lost data. It's like the sea itself is guarding the secret. Sometimes mysteries don't need to be solved right away. Sometimes just knowing they exist is enough. They give us space to wonder, to pause, to think about things beyond our normal lives, beyond bills, traffic, and morning alarms. Maybe you're lying in bed right now, listening to this story and thinking about all the places on Earth you'll never see. But somehow, just knowing they're out there makes the world feel bigger and more beautiful. And then comes the question we often ask but rarely answer. What if? What if the object isn't just a rock? What if it's a reminder from a time we've forgotten? What if something older than our oldest stories is sitting quietly under the sea, waiting for someone who can understand it? That thought alone is enough to change how you see the ocean. not just as water and waves, but as a book that still holds unread pages. If this journey into the unknown has touched something inside you, consider liking this video, leaving a comment, or subscribing for more stories like this one. We explore these mysteries not to solve them, but to feel them, to sit with the wonder, to sleep beside the unknown, and wake up just a little more curious. The Baltic Sea anomaly may never give us a clear answer, and maybe it doesn't need to. It exists, it surprises, it pulls people together to ask the same questions, it creates connection in a world that often feels scattered, and maybe that's its real purpose. As you close your eyes tonight, picture the deep sea. Quiet, cold, still. Picture a shadow resting at the bottom, smooth and round. Maybe it's just a rock, maybe it's more, but either way, it's a reminder that we haven't reached the end of wonder, that mystery still breathes below us, and that sometimes not knowing is the most beautiful part. Sleep softly. Let the unknown carry you, because in a world full of noise, it is the quiet mysteries that speak the loudest. The Rock Lake Pyramid remains. Imagine walking along the edge of a quiet lake, the water calm and still, reflecting the sky like a giant mirror. Now imagine beneath those peaceful waters lies something ancient and unexpected, a pyramid. Not made of gold or jewels, but of stone and mystery, something so old, so hidden that it feels like a secret waiting patiently for us to find it. This is the story of the Rock Lake Pyramid remains, a discovery that feels both strange and familiar, as if whispering from a forgotten chapter of history. Have you ever found something surprising in a place you thought you knew well? Like stumbling on an old photo in your family album that no one remembers? Or hearing a song that suddenly makes you see a memory differently? Those moments shake us. They remind us that the world is deeper than it seems. If you have ever had a moment like this, I'd love to hear about it in the comments. Tell me where you are listening from, and let's share these moments of quiet wonder together. The Rock Lake Pyramid remains were first noticed by explorers who were mapping underwater structures in a remote area. At first, it looked like just another rock formation, but the shape didn't match the usual patterns nature creates. It was sharply angular, with straight edges and flat faces. As they looked closer, it began to resemble the pyramids we know from faraway places, like Egypt or Central America. But what was a pyramid doing here, hidden beneath the water in such a quiet, unexpected spot? It's a bit like finding a piece of an old puzzle where you thought all the pieces were already in place. We think we understand the world around us, our history, the places we live, the stories we tell, but then something like this comes along and gently asks us to pause and rethink. Imagine preparing for an exam and feeling confident about all the answers, only to discover a question you never expected. It makes you stop, reflect, and sometimes even change how you think about everything. Some people believe the pyramid remains might be natural, perhaps shaped by millions of years of erosion and shifting earth. But others suggest it could be the work of an ancient civilization, one we don't know much about. If that's true, it raises a beautiful and puzzling question. Who built it, and why? What stories have been lost beneath the water? It's easy to imagine the builders standing there looking at their creation, hoping it would last through time. But instead of standing tall on dry land, it now rests quietly beneath the lake, hidden from sight. This discovery touches something deeper in us. It reminds us of how fragile our understanding of history can be. How sometimes the stories we tell are only part of a much larger tale. It's a reminder that knowledge isn't just facts and dates. It's mystery, discovery, and the wonder of not knowing everything. Much like how our own memories can be incomplete or even changed by time, the world's past can surprise us, inviting us to stay curious. Think about your own life. Sometimes, the most important moments are the ones you didn't expect, the unexpected conversation, the sudden change, the hidden talent you discover. These moments make life richer, more interesting. The Rock Lake Pyramid remains offer us a chance to reflect on the unexpected, the mysterious, and the unseen layers beneath the surface. They invite us to be patient, to watch, and to listen with care. This mystery also connects to bigger ideas. It reminds us that belief and knowledge often live side by side. We want to understand, to explain, but sometimes the truth is quietly hidden, waiting for the right moment or the right person to find it. It challenges the way we think about history, about the stories passed down through generations, and about the limits of what science can prove. It touches on how we use language to describe the unknown, and how our minds try to fit new information into familiar shapes. Even in modern times, with all our technology and tools, there are things we cannot fully explain. The Rock Lake Pyramid remains show us that mystery is still alive in the world, just beneath the surface. This can be comforting. It tells us that no matter how much we think we know, there is always room to wonder and to learn more. If this story has sparked a quiet curiosity in you, consider liking this video, leaving a comment, or subscribing for more journeys into the unknown. Together, we explore not just to find answers, but to sit with the questions, to rest in the space between certainty and mystery. As you prepare to rest, think of the pyramid lying beneath the lake, untouched by time, waiting for its story to be told. Imagine the calm water above, reflecting stars and moonlight, guarding this secret like a gentle dream. Let this thought carry you softly into sleep, where mysteries can grow and unfold in their own quiet way. Sleep peacefully, with the wonder of discovery close beside you. The Rock Lake Pyramid remains remind us that the world is full of hidden stories, and sometimes the best stories are those that keep their secrets just a little while longer. The Amazonian Dark Earth. Have you ever thought about the earth beneath your feet? It seems simple, right? Dirt is just dirt, something we walk on without much thought. But what if I told you that in one of the wildest, most untouched places on Earth, the ground itself holds a secret so old and strange that it changes how we see nature and history? This secret is called Amazonian Dark Earth, and it's one of the most mysterious discoveries hidden in the heart of the Amazon rainforest. Before we dive deeper, I want to invite you to think about your own surroundings. Have you ever noticed the soil where you live? Maybe it's dry, sandy, or rich and dark. Maybe you garden or just walk in the park. Wherever you are, take a moment to feel connected with the ground below. Share in the comments where you're watching from and what the earth feels like there. Let's build a quiet community curious about the world beneath us. Amazonian Dark Earth is unlike any other soil. When scientists first found it, they noticed it was incredibly rich and dark, unlike the usual red, poor soil common to the Amazon. Normally, the rainforest soil is thin and low in nutrients. It's hard to grow crops there without special care. But in certain spots the soil was thick, black, and full of life. It looked as if someone had carefully prepared it to be perfect for farming. Imagine preparing for an exam. You study hard, make notes, and organize your books carefully. This soil seemed to be nature's own well-organized study notes, made not by nature alone, but by people long ago. It suggests that ancient humans living in the Amazon knew exactly how to improve the soil to support life better. They created a kind of soil that stayed fertile even after hundreds of years, a gift for future generations. This raises a fascinating question. Who made the Amazonian Dark Earth, and how? For decades, the rainforest was thought to be too wild and difficult for large groups of people to farm or settle. But the existence of this special soil tells a different story. It hints that ancient communities lived here, carefully shaping the land. They mixed charcoal, broken pottery, bones, and compost to build soil that was rich and lasting. It's a reminder that humans have been working with nature in thoughtful ways for thousands of years. This discovery touches on something bigger. It asks us to rethink what we know about human history and our relationship with nature. Sometimes we think of ancient peoples as simple or less advanced, especially when we look at places covered by dense forests. But the story of Amazonian dark earth shows us a different side, one where humans were wise, creative, and deeply connected to their environment. Think about your own life. Sometimes small patient efforts can create lasting change, like watering a plant every day, saving a little money bit by bit, or being kind to someone repeatedly. The people who made Amazonian dark earth did something similar on a huge scale. They quietly, slowly made the land better so it could support more life. This is a powerful lesson in patience and care. This idea also connects to how we think about the future. We live in a world with many challenges: climate change, soil degradation, food shortages. The ancient wisdom found in Amazonian dark earth offers hope. It shows that working with nature, not against it, can create solutions that last. This balance between human creativity and natural systems is something we are still learning to achieve today. The story of Amazonian dark earth also invites us to reflect on language and belief. How we tell stories about the past shapes what we expect for the future. When new discoveries like this come along, they gently challenge old ideas and open new possibilities. They remind us that the past is not fixed or simple, but full of surprises and lessons waiting to be uncovered. If this quiet mystery has sparked your curiosity, please like this video, leave a comment sharing your thoughts or experiences with nature, and subscribe for more journeys into the unknown. Together, we explore not just what we know, but the beautiful questions that keep us wondering. As you get ready to rest, imagine walking through the deep Amazon rainforest, feeling the soft, dark earth beneath your feet. Picture the hands that shaped that soil long ago, caring and patient, connected deeply to the life around them. Let this thought bring a calm sense of wonder and peace as you drift into sleep, carrying the gentle reminder that even the smallest things can hold great secrets. Sleep well, with the quiet magic of the Amazonian dark earth resting softly beneath your dreams. The Saqqara bird artifact. Imagine holding a small wooden bird in your hand. Light, simple, and carved thousands of years ago. At first glance, it looks like a child's toy, something easy to overlook. But what if this tiny object holds a secret so strange, it challenges everything we thought we knew about the past? This is the mystery of the Saqqara bird, an artifact found in an ancient Egyptian tomb that has puzzled scientists and historians for decades. It looks like a bird, but could it be something more? Perhaps an ancient understanding of flight. Before we dive in, take a moment to think about the little things around you that might hold hidden stories. Maybe a family heirloom, a faded photograph, or a simple tool you use every day. Sometimes ordinary objects can tell extraordinary stories if we look closely enough. Share in the comments if you have ever found something simple that surprised you with its meaning or history. Let's create a space where curiosity about the past connects us all. The Saqqara bird was discovered in a tomb near Saqqara, Egypt, over a century ago. It's about 7 inches long, made of wood, and shaped like a bird with wings spread wide. What makes it fascinating is how it resembles a modern airplane more than a bird. Some experts have pointed out that the shape of its wings and tail look like they could be designed for gliding through the air. This raises a strange question. Did the ancient Egyptians know about flight in ways we do not yet understand? Imagine preparing for a big test or an important moment. You study hard, plan carefully, and expect certain outcomes. But then something unexpected happens, a surprise that changes your whole view. The Saqqara bird feels like that surprise, a tiny, ancient clue that might rewrite what we believe about technology and knowledge long ago. It reminds us that history is not just about dates and kings, but about ideas that can surprise us even today. This simple artifact also invites us to think about how humans have always been fascinated with flying. From children making paper airplanes to inventors building real planes, the dream of flight connects us all. The Saqqara bird might be an ancient expression of that dream. It shows that curiosity and imagination are timeless qualities. even thousands of years ago, people looked up at the sky and wondered if they could join the birds. This idea stretches beyond just history and technology. It touches on how we understand belief and knowledge. Sometimes, new discoveries challenge old stories. The Saqqara bird invites us to keep an open mind. It suggests that what we think is impossible today might have been imagined or even achieved long ago. This can give us hope about learning, growing, and the endless possibilities of human creativity. Think about your own experiences with learning or trying something new. Sometimes it's scary to explore ideas that feel unfamiliar or strange, but it's often in those moments that we grow the most. The Saqqara bird is a quiet reminder to embrace curiosity, even when answers seem unclear. It encourages patience and wonder, two gifts that help us see the world in fresh ways. This story also touches on mental health in a gentle way. When we face uncertainty or things that don't make sense, it's easy to feel anxious or lost. But curiosity, like the mystery of the Saqqara bird, can be a comforting companion. It invites us to slow down, ask questions, and accept that some mysteries might never be fully solved. This calm acceptance can help ease the mind and bring peace. In today's world, where artificial intelligence and new technologies change so fast, the Saqqara bird reminds us that human imagination has always been powerful. Long before computers or planes, people dreamed, created, and explored. That timeless spirit of wonder connects us to the past and inspires us to keep reaching for the unknown. If this quiet mystery has touched you, please like this video. Leave a comment sharing your thoughts or stories about curiosity and discovery, and subscribe for more gentle journeys into the unknown. Together, we can explore the beauty of questions without easy answers. As you prepare to rest, imagine holding the small wooden bird in your hand, feeling its smooth surface and imagining the ancient hands that carved it. Picture the wide wings, ready to soar, carrying not just air, but the dreams of a people long ago. Let this peaceful image carry you softly into sleep, wrapped in the calm wonder of discovery and timeless imagination. Sleep well with the gentle mystery of the Saqqara.
Bird guiding your dreams tonight.
The sunken city of Pavlopetri. Imagine walking along a peaceful beach, feeling the warm sand beneath your feet and the gentle waves brushing against the shore. Now, imagine that just beneath those calm waters lies a whole city, lost beneath the sea for thousands of years. This is not just a story from a fairy tale. It is the real mystery of Pavlopetri, one of the oldest known sunken cities in the world. It is a place that makes us wonder about time, change, and the secrets hiding just below the surface of what we see every day. Have you ever found something unexpected in a familiar place? Maybe a small shell on the sand, or an old coin buried in the garden? These little surprises can make us pause and think about the past. I invite you to share in the comments if you have ever come across something that made you curious about history or mystery in your own life. Let's connect over the feeling of wonder that small discoveries can bring. Pavlopetri lies beneath the shallow waters off the coast of Greece. Its ruins date back about 5,000 years, to a time long before most famous ancient cities were built. What makes Pavlopetri so fascinating is that it is remarkably well preserved. You can still see the outlines of streets, houses, and even tombs. It is like a frozen moment in time, hidden underwater for centuries. Imagine how quiet and still it must be down there, with sea creatures swimming through what was once a bustling town. This city beneath the sea is a perfect example of how the world can surprise us. Just like how a sudden rainstorm changes the feeling of a warm day, or how a quiet moment before an exam can hold a strange mix of fear and hope, Pavlopetri reminds us that things are not always what they seem. What looks like just ocean water can hold a whole lost world, waiting patiently to be discovered. Think about the relationships in your life. Sometimes, what lies beneath the surface is more important than what we see at first glance. Pavlopetri, is a reminder that beneath the obvious there can be depth and history we don't expect. It teaches us to look deeper, not only at the world, but at ourselves and those around us. There is often more beneath the surface, both in people and in places. This mystery also connects to bigger ideas about how humans change and adapt. Pavlopetri was once a thriving city, full of life and activity. But over time, natural events like earthquakes and rising sea levels slowly swallowed it beneath the waves. This shows how fragile our lives and civilizations can be, and how nature holds power beyond our control. It's a gentle reminder to respect the world we live in and the delicate balance we share with it. When we think about mental health, the sunken city can be a metaphor. Sometimes feelings and memories lie hidden deep inside us like Pavlopetri under the sea. They might be quiet or forgotten, but they shape who we are. Just as explorers use careful tools to uncover the city's secrets, we too can learn to gently explore our own emotions and past experiences, finding peace in understanding ourselves better. In today's world, where technology and artificial intelligence grow rapidly, Pavlopetri reminds us of the importance of history and memory. While AI can store vast amounts of information and help us explore new ideas, it cannot replace the feeling of connection to the past, the stories, the places, and the people who came before us. The city beneath the sea stands as a bridge between ancient times and our modern world, inviting us to remember and learn. Before we explore more, if you find this story as intriguing as I do, please like this video, leave a comment sharing your thoughts or questions, and subscribe for more calm and curious journeys into the mysteries of our world. Together we can discover hidden stories and grow in wonder. As you prepare to relax, picture yourself floating gently over the clear waters above Pavlopetri. Imagine seeing the faded streets and buildings just beneath the surface, feeling the calm of the sea surrounding you. Let the quiet mystery of this ancient sunken city wash over you, bringing a sense of peace and timeless wonder. Let it guide your thoughts softly as you drift into restful sleep, carrying the gentle story of Pavlopetri deep into your dreams. The Gosford Egyptian Glyphs. Imagine walking through a quiet forest in Australia, surrounded by the sounds of birds and rustling leaves, when suddenly you come across strange markings carved deep into the rock. These symbols look ancient and mysterious, like something from a distant land far away in time and space. This unexpected discovery is exactly what happened with the Gosford Egyptian glyphs, a set of carvings that have puzzled experts and curious minds alike. It feels both familiar and strange, like finding a secret message from the past that doesn't quite fit into the story we thought we knew. Have you ever stumbled upon something in your everyday life that made you stop and wonder? Maybe a forgotten photograph, a hidden corner in your neighborhood, or an old letter with words you barely understand. These moments invite us to pause and feel the pull of mystery. I'd love to hear if you have ever found something unexpected that made you think differently about the world around you. Sharing these stories helps us connect and grow a community that embraces curiosity. The Gosford glyphs are carved into sandstone cliffs not far from the city of Gosford, in New South Wales. What makes them so fascinating is that they resemble ancient Egyptian writing, hieroglyphs, yet they appear thousands of miles away from Egypt and in a place where no one expected to find such symbols. The question that arises is simple but profound. How did they get there? Were they made by ancient travelers? Or could they be the work of more recent explorers inspired by Egyptian culture? This puzzle has kept researchers and adventurers thinking for decades. This mystery is much like those everyday situations where things don't add up at first glance. Think about when you hear a piece of surprising news during a quiet afternoon, or notice a small detail in a conversation that changes everything you thought you knew. The Gosford glyphs ask us to keep our minds open and curious, reminding us that not all answers are easy or obvious. Life often presents us with puzzles that challenge our beliefs and encourage deeper thinking. In relationships, we sometimes see people acting in ways that don't seem to match their words. The glyphs reflect this paradox, reminding us that appearances can be deceiving. What seems clear might hold deeper layers of meaning beneath the surface. Just like decoding a mystery message, understanding people and situations requires patience and a willingness to explore beyond the obvious. The Gosford glyphs encourage us to listen carefully and look closely, whether we are studying ancient stones or connecting with those around us. Beyond the carvings themselves, this mystery connects to larger themes about belief and history. It asks us to question what we accept as true and consider the possibilities that lie beyond mainstream understanding. This gentle questioning is important in all areas of life, helping us avoid fixed thinking and embrace wonder. The glyphs invite us to imagine new stories about the past and how humans have traveled, communicated, and shared ideas in ways we may not yet fully understand. When it comes to mental health, the glyphs can serve as a metaphor for the parts of ourselves that feel hidden or difficult to explain. Just as the symbols are carved into rock but remain mysterious, our feelings and thoughts might be present but hard to understand. Exploring these inner messages with kindness and patience can help us find peace, much like how archaeologists carefully study the glyphs to uncover their meaning without rushing to conclusions. In today's world, where language and technology evolve rapidly, the Gosford glyphs remind us of the power and mystery of communication. While AI and digital tools help us share and learn faster, there remains a timeless beauty in symbols and stories that require interpretation and care. These carvings connect us to the ancient human desire to leave marks and messages for others, a tradition that continues through art, writing, and even our digital footprints. Before we dive deeper into this fascinating story, if you are enjoying this calm and curious journey, please like this video, leave your thoughts or questions in the comments, and subscribe for more soothing explorations into history's mysteries. Together, we can uncover the hidden wonders of our world with gentle curiosity and open hearts. As you prepare to relax, imagine yourself standing quietly before the sandstone cliffs of Gosford. Feel the cool breeze and listen to the soft sounds of nature surrounding you. Picture the delicate carvings worn by time but still holding their secrets. Let the calm mystery of the Gosford Egyptian glyphs settle gently in your mind, carrying you into a peaceful state of wonder and rest. Allow these ancient symbols to guide your thoughts softly as you drift into a quiet, restful sleep filled with the gentle magic of discovery. The Star Child. Elongated skull. Imagine finding a skull unlike any you've ever seen before. Its shape is strange and unusual, longer and more narrow than a typical human skull. It feels like something out of a science fiction story, yet this skull is real. This is the Star Child skull, discovered decades ago, and it has left many people puzzled and curious. How could such a skull exist? Could it belong to a different kind of human or something even stranger? The Star Child skull invites us to wonder about the mysteries hidden in our past and the unknown stories still waiting to be told. Have you ever come across something in your own life that made you question what you thought you knew? Maybe a surprising fact, an unusual event, or a story that didn't fit into your usual understanding. These moments are small windows into mystery, inviting us to pause and explore with open minds. If you have ever experienced something like this, I'd love to hear your story or where you are watching from. Sharing these moments helps us feel connected, as we all have pieces of the puzzle to offer. The Star Child skull was found in a remote area in Mexico, buried underground along with the remains of a young child. At first glance, it looked like any ordinary skull, but the shape was noticeably different, elongated at the top and narrow at the sides. This strange shape made scientists and archaeologists question its origin. Was it the result of ancient customs like head binding, or was it something else entirely? The mystery grows deeper because the skull shows features that don't match normal human anatomy, sparking debates and wonder across the world. This puzzle is much like the little mysteries we face every day. Think about a time when you saw something unusual in the weather, a strange cloud formation or unexpected calm before a storm. Or consider moments during exams when a question seems confusing at first, but then reveals a simple answer if you take a deep breath and look carefully. The Star Child skull is a reminder that sometimes what seems strange or puzzling can open new doors to understanding if we stay calm and patient. In relationships, there are often times when someone acts in a way that surprises us or seems different from what we expect. This feeling of unfamiliarity is similar to the feeling the Star Child skull brings. It challenges us to step outside our usual thinking and be curious rather than fearful. Just like trying to understand a friend's unusual behavior, the skull asks us to explore gently, with kindness and openness, rather than jumping to quick conclusions. On a larger scale, the Star Child skull touches on important themes about human history and belief. It pushes us to reconsider what we know about ancient civilizations and what other stories might be hidden beneath the surface of what we call fact. This mystery invites us to remember that history is often written from what we see and understand, but there may be many more stories that time has hidden or changed. It encourages us to remain humble and curious, appreciating that knowledge is a journey, not a destination. From a mental health perspective, the skull can be a symbol for the parts of ourselves that feel different or hard to understand. Sometimes, we might feel like we don't quite fit in, or that our thoughts and feelings are unusual. The Star Child skull reminds us that being different is part of what makes us human and unique. It invites us to embrace those differences with compassion, knowing that every person has their own shape and story, just like the skull tells its own mysterious tale. In our modern world, where technology and AI develop rapidly, the Star Child skull asks us to think about what it means to be human. While machines can learn and mimic many things, the mysteries of life, history, and identity remain deeply personal and complex. This skull is a quiet reminder that there are questions beyond data and algorithms, questions about origin, purpose, and connection that technology cannot easily answer. It invites us to explore those questions with a calm mind and open heart. Before we continue, if this quiet journey into mystery and wonder speaks to you, please consider liking this video, sharing your thoughts in the comments, and subscribing for more gentle explorations of the unknown. Together we can build a calm space to explore history's mysteries with kindness and curiosity. Now, as you prepare to relax, picture yourself gently holding the Star Child skull. Feel the cool stone beneath your fingertips, smooth but oddly shaped. Imagine the story it carries, a story from a time long ago, waiting patiently to be understood. Let this quiet mystery fill your mind softly, easing your thoughts as you drift into a peaceful, restful sleep. Let the calm, unknown soothe you, as the ancient secret of the Star Child skull whispers gently in your dreams. The Koso out-of-place artifact. Imagine walking through a dry, dusty desert landscape and suddenly stumbling upon something that just doesn't fit, something so unexpected that it stops you in your tracks. This is what happened to a group of rock collectors near Koso, California, back in the 1960s. They found an object buried deep inside a chunk of rock, an object that looked like a modern spark plug, yet it was trapped inside stone that seemed millions of years old. How could something so clearly made by humans end up inside such ancient rock? This strange find is known as the Koso out-of-place artifact, and it still puzzles scientists and explorers today. Have you ever experienced a moment where something you saw or found didn't match what you expected? Maybe it was an old photo that showed a familiar place looking very different, or a story someone told that seemed hard to believe. Moments like these make us pause, asking questions we didn't think to ask before.
If you have ever come across something unusual or mysterious near where you live, or somewhere you traveled, I invite you to share it in the comments below. It's in sharing these small mysteries that we build a community, connected by our curiosity
And wonder. The Koso artifact is a perfect example of how everyday objects can become part of a much bigger puzzle. Think about how weather can surprise us. One day it's calm and warm, and the next, a sudden storm arrives. Or consider how in school, a question might confuse you at first, but suddenly make sense after a moment of thinking. Just like these simple experiences, the Koso artifact asks us to slow down and rethink what we believe about history and time. When people first examined the object inside the rock, they wondered if it was a spark plug from a car or machine. But the rock encasing it was dated to be at least 500,000 years old, long before humans invented engines or machines. This strange combination pushes us to wonder about how time works and what stories the Earth holds. Was the dating wrong? Could the object have been placed there more recently? Or is there a possibility that ancient people had technology far beyond what we usually imagine? The artifact gently challenges our ideas of the past, encouraging us to keep an open mind. In many ways, this puzzle is like the mysteries we face in relationships or life. Sometimes people behave in ways that surprise us or don't fit into what we expect. Rather than rushing to judge, we learn to listen, observe, and understand the bigger picture. The Koso artifact teaches us the same lesson. Not every mystery has a quick answer, and sometimes the best response is quiet curiosity. This artifact also invites us to think about belief and knowledge. What we believe about history often depends on what we have been taught or what evidence we accept. The Koso object encourages us to question and explore without fear. It reminds us that truth can be complex and layered, and that learning often happens in moments of uncertainty. This is an important idea, especially in a world where we often want clear answers fast. From a mental health perspective, the artifact can symbolize how we sometimes carry mysteries or questions inside ourselves. We might feel confused or uncertain about parts of our life or who we are. The story of the Koso artifact suggests that it's okay not to have all the answers immediately. Sometimes patience and calm reflection bring new insights. It encourages us to be gentle with ourselves as we explore our own unknowns. In today's world, with fast technology and AI, the Koso artifact stands as a quiet reminder of the limits of our knowledge. Machines can calculate and analyze many things, but the deeper mysteries of time, history, and human experience are more subtle. This strange find asks us to balance technology with wonder, and to remember that some questions may always remain open, inviting us to keep exploring. If this journey into the unknown sparks your curiosity, please take a moment to like this video, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe for more gentle explorations of the world's quiet mysteries. Together, we create a calm space to wonder and learn. Now, imagine holding this strange object in your hands, feeling the cool stone around it, heavy and old. Picture the long journey it has traveled through time, waiting quietly to be discovered. Let the gentle mystery of the Koso out-of-place artifact ease your mind and slow your breath. As you relax, allow the story to whisper softly, inviting calm and peaceful rest. Let the unknown soothe you gently as you drift into a restful sleep, filled with quiet wonder. The Longyu Underground Caves. Imagine stumbling upon a hidden world beneath your feet. Vast tunnels and enormous chambers carved deep into the earth, smooth and empty, yet made by human hands long ago. This is exactly what happened in a quiet part of China where workers digging a pond discovered something truly extraordinary. Instead of just dirt and rock, they found the entrance to a series of enormous underground caves. These caves, now called the Longyu Caves, have remained a mystery ever since, quietly holding secrets about a past we barely understand. Have you ever found a hidden place, maybe an old attic, a forgotten path, or a hidden garden in your town? It's a strange feeling to find something unknown in a familiar space. If you have ever had a similar experience, I'd love to hear about it in the comments below. Sharing these moments helps us connect. It reminds us that mystery can exist anywhere, even close to home. The Longyu Caves are unlike anything most of us imagine when we think about underground spaces. They are huge. Some chambers are over 80 feet wide and nearly 30 feet tall. Like the walls and ceilings are perfectly smooth, with patterns carved evenly across the stone. Yet, there are no records or writings explaining who built them or why. Think about it like walking into a school you've never been to before. The classrooms are empty, the chairs arranged just so, but no one left a note or a story behind. You are left wondering about all the voices and lives that once filled the space. This situation reminds us of moments in our own lives when we face unknowns. Maybe it's a sudden change at work, or a relationship that becomes quiet without explanation. We feel a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. Just like the caves, life sometimes offers no clear answers, only space to wonder and explore. The paradox of the Long U caves is in their scale and mystery. How could people long ago create such precise, large spaces without the tools and technology we have today? Modern experts have studied the caves carefully, yet they still do not have a full explanation. It's like opening a book and finding pages missing. We read what we can, but the story is incomplete, inviting us to imagine what might be. This invites us to think about belief and knowledge. We often trust that history and science will explain everything eventually. But some discoveries remind us that there will always be mysteries beyond our reach. The caves encourage a humble curiosity, a gentle reminder that it's okay not to know everything. Sometimes the beauty lies in the questions themselves. From a mental health point of view, the Long U caves can symbolize the hidden parts of our minds. Just as the caves are deep and silent beneath the earth, we all carry quiet thoughts and feelings hidden from the outside world. Sometimes we explore these feelings and find understanding. Other times, they remain a mystery, inviting us to be patient and gentle with ourselves. In today's age of fast information and instant answers, the caves stand quietly as a symbol of slow discovery. Technology and AI can analyze data quickly, but the emotional and mysterious parts of life require time and quiet reflection. The Long U caves remind us to slow down and appreciate the unknown with calm and wonder. If this quiet journey into the depths of mystery has stirred your curiosity, please like this video, share your own stories or questions in the comments, and subscribe for more gentle explorations. Together, we create a space to wonder slowly and peacefully. Now imagine yourself stepping into those cool, silent caves. Feel the smooth stone walls, carved so evenly by hands from long ago. Hear the soft echoes of your footsteps in the vast, empty chambers. Let the mystery of the Long U caves calm your mind, encouraging quiet reflection. As you breathe slowly and deeply, let this ancient secret invite you into a peaceful rest, where questions fade gently and dreams come quietly. The Lovelock Cave Giants. Imagine walking through a quiet desert, the hot sun beating down on your skin. Suddenly you come across a cave, dark and mysterious, tucked away between rocky cliffs. Inside, the earth holds secrets that seem too strange to believe. Giants, enormous skeletons buried for thousands of years, hidden from the world until now. This is the story of Lovelock Cave, a place where history and mystery come together in a way that still puzzles experts today. Have you ever found something unexpected in a familiar place? Maybe a forgotten toy in your old room, or a hidden path behind your house? Those moments surprise us, filling us with wonder and questions. If you've ever had a moment like that, I'd love to hear about it in the comments. Sharing these stories helps us feel connected, reminding us that mystery lives everywhere, even close to home. Lovelock Cave lies in Nevada, surrounded by desert but filled with clues about people who lived there thousands of years ago. What makes this place especially strange are the discoveries of large human-like skeletons. These remains are much bigger than average humans today, almost like giants walking the earth long ago. The bones show people who were taller and stronger, with bigger hands and feet. Imagine seeing a shadow that looks familiar but much larger than you expected. That surprise is what many felt when these giant skeletons were first uncovered. It's easy to compare this discovery to moments in our own lives when things don't match what we expect. For example, you might study for a test and feel ready, but then the questions surprise you. Or you meet someone who seems kind but says something unexpected. These everyday surprises make us pause and rethink what we know, just like the giant skeletons challenge what we think about human history. The paradox here is simple yet deep. How could these giant people live alongside normal-sized humans? Why? Don't we hear about giants in history books? And what happened to them? The bones and artifacts found suggest they lived and thrived, hunting and making tools. Yet, their story fades into mystery. It's like reading a story with missing chapters. We want to know the full tale but only have pieces to imagine with. This invites us to think about belief and knowledge. We often trust what we learn in school or from experts, but the Lovelock Cave giants remind us that some truths may hide beneath the surface. It shows how history can be incomplete and how new discoveries can change the way we understand the past. This gentle reminder encourages curiosity and openness, teaching us to question and explore gently. Thinking about mental health, the idea of giants can also symbolize the hidden parts of ourselves that feel big and overwhelming. Maybe it's a fear, a dream, or a problem that feels larger than life. Sometimes we try to hide these feelings or forget them, just like history hides the giants. But acknowledging them quietly can help us feel lighter, as if we've found a way to understand something huge inside us. In the modern world, where artificial intelligence can search and analyze data instantly, the Lovelock Cave giants remain a mystery. Technology can tell us facts quickly, but it can't yet explain everything about our past or ourselves. The giants remind us that some questions require patience and calm reflection. They invite us to slow down and accept that not every answer comes fast or clear. If this story of giants beneath the earth has sparked your imagination, please like this video. Share your thoughts or any similar mysteries you know in the comments below. And subscribe to join a community where curiosity and calm meet. Together, we explore the unknown with gentle wonder. Now, picture yourself stepping quietly into Lovelock Cave. Feel the cool, dry air on your skin and listen to the soft echo of your footsteps on the rocky floor. Imagine the giant skeletons resting in silence, waiting to share their story with those who listen carefully. Let their mystery soothe your mind, offering calm in a world full of questions. Breathe slowly and deeply, allowing the peace of the cave to carry you into a gentle rest where imagination and quiet mystery meet softly. The 10,000-year-old dwarf remains. Imagine finding a tiny skeleton buried deep in the earth, so small that it almost looks like a child's, yet it belonged to someone who lived 10,000 years ago. Now think about the questions that pop into your mind. How could someone so small survive in a world so wild and vast? What stories might this tiny person tell if they could speak? This is the strange and captivating mystery of the 10,000-year-old dwarf remains. Have you ever stumbled upon something unexpected that made you stop and think? Maybe a tiny flower growing in a crack on the sidewalk or a small note left where you least expected it. These little surprises catch us off guard, make us wonder, and sometimes change how we see things. If you have ever experienced a surprising moment like this, please share it in the comments below. Connecting through these small but meaningful stories helps us all feel part of a larger world filled with mystery. The discovery of these ancient dwarf remains challenges many ideas about human history. We usually picture early humans as strong, tall, and built to survive harsh conditions. But finding someone so small, living thousands of years ago, tells a different story. This person lived in a time long before modern cities, before most of the inventions we use every day. Their life would have been very different, and yet they managed to survive. This reminds me of everyday moments when things don't match our expectations, like when you prepare for a day and the weather suddenly changes, or when a friend acts differently than usual. These surprises make us think twice and look closer. They remind us that the world is often more complex than it seems. The dwarf remains are like that, a puzzle that doesn't fit the usual picture but invites us to explore new possibilities. The paradox here is clear and deep. How could someone so small live and thrive in an ancient, often dangerous world? Did they belong to a different group of people? Or was this an unusual condition? And why don't we hear more about such discoveries in history books? It's like hearing a quiet whisper in a noisy room, something important but easy to miss. This quiet mystery encourages us to keep listening and learning. When we think about belief, this story shows how easy it is to rely on what we already know and believe. History often focuses on big events and famous people, but small details like the dwarf remains remind us that there are many hidden stories waiting to be uncovered. It teaches us to be curious and open-minded, to accept that what we know is just a part of a much larger picture. On a personal level, the idea of someone small surviving in a tough world can relate to how we face challenges in life. Sometimes problems feel bigger than us, and we wonder if we can overcome them. The dwarf remains remind us that size does not always measure strength or courage. Even the smallest among us can survive and make a difference, which is a comforting thought when facing our own struggles. This story also touches on language and how we describe the past. Words like dwarf or small carry meaning, but they don't tell the full story. Language shapes how we think about things and sometimes limits us. The dwarf remains invite us to think beyond labels and see the deeper reality. A life full of strength, survival, and mystery. In the age of technology, where artificial intelligence helps us understand vast amounts of data, the dwarf remains remind us that some questions still need human care and attention. No machine can fully explain the emotions or stories behind these bones. They need gentle thinking, imagination, and respect. This teaches us that technology is a tool, but the heart and mind remain essential in uncovering the truth. If this story has sparked your curiosity or made you wonder about the mysteries hidden in our past, please like this video, share your thoughts or any similar discoveries you know in the comments, and subscribe to join a community where gentle curiosity and calm reflection guide us through the unknown. Now imagine holding a tiny hand, feeling the fragile bones that once belonged to a person who lived thousands of years ago. Think about the world they knew, the sounds, the smells, the challenges. Let this quiet mystery bring a soft calm to your mind. Breathe slowly and let the wonder of the past gently carry you to a place of peace and thoughtful rest. The Altanan seafloor antenna. Imagine coming across an object on the deep ocean floor that looks like a giant antenna, something that seems completely out of place in the vast underwater wilderness. Now think about how strange it feels to find something so familiar in such an unexpected spot, far from human cities or technology. This is the mystery of the Altanan seafloor antenna, a curious discovery that makes us pause and wonder about what lies beneath the surface of our world and how little we truly understand it. Have you ever found something odd or surprising during a simple walk? Maybe a perfectly shaped rock on the beach, or a strange pattern in the sand after a storm. These small surprises catch our attention because they don't quite fit into our normal experience. If you have ever seen or found something that didn't make sense right away, please share your story in the comments below. It's through sharing these moments that we build a community of curiosity and wonder. The Altanan seafloor antenna was discovered in the 1960s during a scientific expedition near Antarctica. Scientists were exploring the deep ocean floor, a place few people have seen, hoping to learn more about the Earth's hidden corners. But when they spotted this object, they were puzzled. It looked like a complex piece of technology, with parts that reminded them of a large antenna, something made for sending or receiving signals. Yet there was no obvious explanation for how it got there, or what it was doing in such a remote place. This reminds me of everyday moments when something simple turns into a puzzle, like when you prepare for an exam and suddenly get a question that you never expected, or when a friend acts in a way that surprises you. These moments make us stop and think more deeply. They teach us to look beyond the obvious and to accept that sometimes the world is stranger than we imagine. The Altanan seafloor antenna is one of those moments, a quiet invitation to explore and question. The paradox here is strong and mysterious. How did something that looks like a human-made antenna end up thousands of meters below the ocean's surface, where no humans have been? Was it really made by people? Or is it a natural formation shaped by water and time? Or could it be something else entirely, something we do not yet understand? This paradox invites us to balance what we know with the possibilities of the unknown. When we think about belief, this story shows how easy it is to accept only the explanations that fit what we already know. Science tends to look for clear answers, based on facts and evidence. But the Altanan seafloor antenna challenges us to hold space for wonder and mystery alongside knowledge. It reminds us that sometimes we need to embrace uncertainty and let curiosity lead us forward. On a personal level, the discovery of something so unexpected can feel like when we face moments in life that don't make sense. We plan, prepare, and expect certain outcomes, but then life surprises us in quiet, confusing ways. The antenna is a symbol of that feeling, of reaching into the unknown, trying to understand, and sometimes just accepting that not everything has a clear answer. This gentle acceptance can be calming when life feels uncertain or strange. This story also touches on language and how we describe the world around us. Calling it an antenna helps us imagine what it might be, but it also shapes how we think about it. Language can both clarify and limit our understanding. The Altanan object asks us to listen carefully, to question labels, and to remain open to new meanings beyond our usual words. In our modern world, where artificial intelligence and technology are growing fast, the Altanan seafloor antenna reminds us that some mysteries remain beyond machines and data. While AI can analyze images and patterns, it cannot feel the quiet wonder or ask the deep questions that humans do. This story shows the value of human curiosity, imagination, and patience as we explore the unknown. If this story has sparked your curiosity or made you think about the hidden wonders of our world, please like this video. Share your thoughts or any strange discoveries you have experienced in the comments, and subscribe to join a community that values calm reflection and gentle exploration of the mysteries around us. Now, as you imagine the dark, quiet depths of the ocean, picture this strange antenna resting there, silent, still, and waiting for us to understand its story. Let this thought bring a soft calm to your mind, encouraging you to embrace wonder and mystery in your own life. Breathe slowly, and allow the gentle rhythm of curiosity to guide you into a peaceful rest. The Kaimanawa Stone Wall. Have you ever stumbled upon something so unexpected that it stops you in your tracks? Something that feels like a secret left behind by time itself, hiding quietly in nature's embrace? Imagine hiking through a wild, rugged mountain range and suddenly finding an ancient stone wall, one that seems too old, too perfect to be a natural formation. This is the mystery of the Kaimanawa Stone Wall, a puzzle that has quietly challenged what we think we know about history and human skill. Maybe you've experienced moments when you expect a clear path but find yourself lost or surprised by a hidden twist. Like walking through a familiar forest and discovering a path you never noticed before, or preparing for a test and encountering a question that makes you pause and rethink everything. If you have ever found something strange or surprising in your own life or travels, I invite you to share your story in the comments. Connecting through our shared moments of wonder makes this journey more meaningful. The Kaimanawa Stone Wall lies in the heart of New Zealand's Kaimanawa mountain range, a remote and wild place where few people venture. The wall is made of stones, carefully stacked without any visible cement or mortar, stretching across the landscape in a way that suggests human design and purpose. What makes this wall so mysterious is how little is known about it. There are no clear records or stories explaining who built it, when it was built, or why it was made in such a remote area. This is like finding an old letter in your attic with no name or date, just a message waiting to be understood. It's the kind of mystery that pulls at our curiosity, making us want to know more. It reminds me of times when we meet someone new and see a glimpse of their story, but most of it remains hidden, waiting patiently to be discovered. The paradox here is deep and puzzling. How did ancient people manage to build such a strong, well-placed wall in a place that is hard to reach even today? It seems to go against what we usually believe about the past, that early people only built simple shelters or small structures. The Kaimanawa Wall suggests something more complex, something that asks us to rethink our ideas about human history and ability. This paradox can feel like the small puzzles we face every day, like when a weather forecast says one thing but the sky shows another, or when a friend's words seem clear but their feelings remain hidden. These contradictions make us slow down, listen more carefully, and realize that not everything is as simple as it seems. The wall invites us to be patient and open, to accept that some answers come slowly, if at all. Belief plays a big role here. Some people believe the wall is a natural formation, shaped by time and nature's forces. Others believe it is the work of an ancient civilization, with skills and knowledge lost to history. Both views shape how we understand the world, but neither has all the answers. This shows how our beliefs are often based on what feels most familiar or comfortable, even when the truth is unclear. On a deeper level, the wall's mystery touches on how we see ourselves in the world. It reminds us that history is not just a set of facts, but a story we build together, sometimes with missing pieces. This can be both exciting and unsettling. It invites us to live with uncertainty, to accept that some things may remain unknown, and to find peace in the questions themselves. Language also plays a quiet but important part. When we talk about the wall, the words we choose shape our thoughts. Calling it a stone wall makes us imagine human effort, strength, and purpose. But if we called it a rock formation, we might think it's just nature's art. This shows how language influences what we believe and how we feel about mysteries. In today's world, where technology and artificial intelligence grow rapidly, the Kaimanawa stone wall stands as a reminder of the human touch, of hands that carefully placed each stone, of minds that worked with the land long ago. AI can analyze patterns and history, but it cannot feel the quiet wonder or the connection to ancient builders. This story encourages us to honor the human spirit and creativity that even machines cannot replace. If this story has sparked your curiosity or made you think about the hidden history around us, please like this video. Share your thoughts or any strange or beautiful discoveries you have made in the comments. And subscribe for more gentle journeys into the mysteries that surround our world. Now, as you imagine standing before the Kaimanawa stone wall, feel the calm and quiet of the mountains. Let the mystery wrap around you like a soft blanket, inviting your mind to rest in the unknown. Breathe deeply and let your curiosity drift slowly, like a gentle breeze over the stones, carrying you toward peaceful sleep. The Karnak Sound Temple. Imagine walking into an ancient temple where every sound you make seems to carry a strange power, where your voice echoes in ways that feel almost magical, as if the stones themselves are listening and responding. This is the mystery of the Karnak Sound Temple, a place built thousands of years ago, but still holding secrets that challenge what we think about sound, space, and human understanding. Have you ever noticed how a simple sound can change your mood or bring back a memory? Maybe a song on the radio reminds you of a special moment, or the sound of rain soothes you after a stressful day. Sound is all around us, quietly shaping how we feel and think. If you have ever felt the strange power of a sound or a place, please share your experience in the comments below. Let's connect over these moments that often go unnoticed, but touch our hearts deeply. The Karnak Sound Temple is part of a large temple complex in Egypt, known for its grand columns and incredible history. What makes this part so special is the way sound behaves inside. When you speak or clap your hands in certain spots, the sound travels differently. It might seem louder or quieter or echo in strange ways that surprise everyone. Scientists who studied the temple say that the builders had an advanced understanding of acoustics, how sound moves and changes in space. This is like when you shout in a canyon or a big empty room and hear your voice bounce back to you. But at Karnak, it's more than just echoes. The temple's design seems to control the sounds, making some areas perfect for quiet reflection, while others amplify the energy of a chant or song. This creates a feeling of connection, as if the space itself is part of the experience. Sometimes in life, we experience moments where our environment changes how we feel or act, like sitting by a calm lake versus standing in a noisy crowd. The Karnak Sound Temple shows how ancient builders may have understood this better than we thought, using sound and space to guide feelings and attention. This paradox reminds us that sound is more than just noise. It can be a tool for focus, healing, or even mystery. Think about how we use sound every day. Alarms wake us up, music lifts our spirits, voices comfort us when we feel alone. Yet there's still so much we don't fully understand about sound's power. The temple challenges us to listen more deeply, to pay attention not just to what is said, but how it is heard. It's a reminder that our senses connect us to the world in ways that are subtle but profound. Belief plays a part too. Some people see the temple as proof that ancient civilizations had secret knowledge about sound and energy. Others think the effects are natural and accidental. Both views show how we try to fit mysteries into what feels true for us. Sometimes holding space for both belief and doubt allows us to explore with open minds and gentle hearts. The language we use also shapes our experience. When we call it the Sound Temple, we invite ideas of harmony, music, and sacred space. But if we only think of it as old ruins, we might miss the deeper stories hidden in the echoes. Words guide our thoughts and feelings, helping us create meaning from mystery. In today's world, where technology can create perfect sound in headphones or empty rooms, the Karnak Sound Temple reminds us that real sound comes from place and presence. AI can replicate sounds, but it cannot recreate the feeling of being in a space that was built to hold sound and spirit together. This temple stands as a quiet teacher, showing us how ancient wisdom and human creativity still speak to us. If this story about the Karnak Sound Temple has sparked your curiosity or touched something inside you, please like this video. Share your own experiences with sound or special places in the comments, and subscribe for more peaceful journeys into the mysteries that connect us across time and space. As you imagine yourself standing inside the temple, feel the quiet power of sound all around you. Let the echoes settle gently, like soft waves washing over your mind. Breathe slowly and let your thoughts drift like a calm breeze through the columns. Here, in this ancient place, let the mystery soothe you, carrying you peacefully into rest. The Forgotten Tunnels of Baiai. Imagine walking along a beautiful seaside town, feeling the warm breeze and hearing the soft waves. Now, imagine that beneath your feet lies a hidden world. Dark tunnels that stretch far beneath the surface, lost to time and mystery. These are the Forgotten Tunnels of Baiai, a place where history whispers secrets, waiting quietly to be discovered. It is a story that feels almost like a dream, a reminder that beneath what we see every day, there may be something deeper, unknown, and quietly powerful. Have you ever stumbled upon a place that felt familiar, yet strange? Maybe an old building in your town or a path you had never noticed before. Sometimes places hold memories we cannot explain. If you have ever experienced this feeling of hidden stories nearby, please share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's create a space to connect over these quiet moments that touch something deep inside us. Baiae was once a luxurious Roman town, famous for its hot springs and grand villas. It was a place of rest and healing for emperors and nobles, a refuge from the noise of the outside world. But beneath this peaceful surface, tunnels were carved, twisting paths built with care and purpose. Over time, these tunnels were forgotten, buried under centuries of change and nature's quiet reclaiming. Today, only a few know of their existence, and even fewer have walked their shadowy halls. This hidden network reminds us of everyday situations. Think about a day when you feel calm on the outside but have many thoughts swirling inside. We all carry quiet places in our minds where memories and feelings rest unseen by others. The tunnels beneath Baye are like this. Silent spaces that hold stories beyond what meets the eye. It shows us that what is forgotten may still hold meaning, waiting patiently for us to listen. The paradox of the forgotten tunnels is how something once so important can become invisible. This is like how in our lives, things we once valued can fade into the background. Maybe an old friendship, a forgotten dream, or a part of ourselves we no longer recognize. The tunnels ask us to consider what we leave behind and how the past shapes the present, even when it hides in shadows. At a deeper level, this mystery touches belief and memory. Some believe the tunnels were used for secret ceremonies or hidden escapes. Others see them as simple underground passages for water and storage. Both views reflect how we try to make sense of the unknown with what we know. Sometimes the real story is a mix of fact and imagination, a gentle reminder that mystery invites wonder rather than certainty. Language plays a role in how we experience these tunnels too. Calling them forgotten carries a feeling of loss and discovery, while hidden adds a sense of magic and secrecy. Words shape our emotions and help us hold space for both what is known and unknown. It's a quiet dance between curiosity and calm, inviting us to explore without rushing. In the age of technology, we often seek clear answers quickly. AI can analyze data and predict outcomes, but it cannot feel the quiet awe of stepping into a dark tunnel beneath an ancient town. The forgotten tunnels remind us that some experiences are beyond facts. They are about presence, feeling, and the slow unfolding of wonder. This teaches patience and humility, qualities we often forget in our fast-paced world. If this story of the forgotten tunnels of Baye has sparked your curiosity or brought a quiet smile, please like this video. Share your own moments of hidden wonder or places you've discovered in the comments, and subscribe for more gentle journeys into the mysteries that connect us to time, place, and each other. As you imagine yourself walking through those silent tunnels, feel the cool air and the stillness around you. Let the quiet darkness soften your mind, like the calm after a long day. Breathe slowly, and allow the mystery of Baye to settle gently in your heart. Here, in this hidden world beneath the surface, find a moment of peace, a gentle reminder that even forgotten things have a story worth hearing. The Dike stone spheres. Imagine finding perfectly round stones, some as big as a car tire, scattered across a quiet jungle floor. They look so smooth, so precise, as if someone had rolled them carefully by hand. Yet no one knows who made them, or exactly why. These mysterious orbs, known as the Dike stone spheres, seem almost like a puzzle left by time itself. It's a quiet invitation to wonder. What story do these stones tell? And why have they been waiting so patiently for us to notice? Have you ever stumbled upon something in your own neighborhood or travels that felt oddly out of place? Maybe a strange statue, an unusual rock, or a small detail that made you pause. If you have, share your story in the comments below. It's in these shared experiences that we find a little magic, a feeling that connects us even across different places and times. The Dike stone spheres were discovered in the forests of Costa Rica. They vary in size, from just a few inches to over 6 feet wide. What makes them so strange is how perfectly round they are, especially given the tools ancient people had. Today, we can use machines to make smooth shapes, but these were made by hand hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It is as if someone had the patience of time itself, shaping each stone with care. This mystery reminds us of everyday moments when things don't quite add up, like studying hard for an exam but still feeling unsure, or trying to understand a friend's quiet mood when everything seems fine on the surface. Life often shows us puzzles we don't immediately solve. The Dike spheres are much like these moments, beautiful and simple on the outside, but holding deeper questions underneath. The paradox is in how something so ordinary, just stones, can feel so extraordinary. We live in a world full of technology and constant noise, yet these quiet stones stand as a reminder of something more subtle. They teach us patience, and that some mysteries do not need quick answers. Sometimes just sitting with the question is enough. This mystery touches belief in surprising ways. Some people think the spheres were used for ancient rituals or as markers of powerful places. Others believe they could have been symbols of the stars or maps of the land. None of these ideas are proven, but each invites us to imagine a world where the past speaks in symbols and shapes, not words. It's a gentle reminder that human creativity has always been rich and mysterious. Language also shapes how we feel about these stones. Calling them spheres feels precise and scientific, while mystical orbs adds a layer of wonder. Our words create the space for both logic and imagination to meet. This balance invites calm curiosity, a space where we do not rush to judge but listen quietly instead. In today's digital age, where AI can analyze patterns and find answers quickly, the stones remind us there are limits to what machines can understand. They do not feel the awe of holding an ancient object shaped by hands long gone. The Dikis spheres call us to slow down and remember the value of mystery, patience, and the human touch. If this quiet story of the Dikis stone spheres has sparked your curiosity, please like this video. Share your own moments of wonder or places you've found that felt a little magical in the comments below. And subscribe for more gentle journeys into mysteries that connect us to the past and to each other. Picture yourself walking through the forest where these stones rest. Feel the warm sun filtering through the trees, hear the soft rustle of leaves, and notice the smooth, round stones beneath your feet. Let their quiet presence remind you that some questions don't need answers right away. In this calm, mysterious space, find a moment of peace, a gentle connection to the stories waiting patiently in the world around us. The Russian megaspheres. What if you stumbled across giant stone balls the size of small cars, hidden deep in a remote forest in Russia? They look so perfect and mysterious that you might wonder if they were made by ancient hands or something even stranger. These enormous smooth spheres are unlike anything you've seen before. The Russian megaspheres invite us to pause and ask, how did they get there? Who made them? And why? It's a quiet mystery that feels both familiar and puzzling at the same time. Have you ever found something unusual in your own town or neighborhood, a curious statue, an old abandoned place, or even a strange natural formation, and wondered about its story? If you have, share where you found it in the comments below. These shared moments help build a community where we all connect through wonder and curiosity about the unknown. The Russian megaspheres are massive. Some weigh several tons and rest silently on the forest floor. Their surfaces are so smooth that it's hard to believe they were shaped without modern tools. Yet these spheres are thought to be many hundreds or even thousands of years old. This contrast between their ancient origin and modern-like perfection is what makes them so fascinating. Think about how life sometimes feels like this. You study hard for a test, but the result surprises you, or a simple conversation reveals something deeper than expected. The Russian megaspheres reflect this kind of paradox. They seem straightforward, but hide layers of complexity and mystery beneath their smooth surfaces. It's a reminder that not everything can be understood at first glance. This mystery encourages us to think about belief. Some say these spheres are natural, formed by unusual geological processes. Others believe they were carefully crafted by ancient people, perhaps for unknown rituals or as markers of sacred sites. Each explanation shapes how we see the world, through science, history, or legend. This invites a calm curiosity, where it's okay to hold multiple ideas at once without rushing to conclusions. Language plays a quiet role here too. Calling them megaspheres sounds grand and scientific, while ancient stone balls feels more poetic and mysterious. How we describe these objects opens different doors in our minds. It's like the way a simple word can change how we feel about a place or moment. This shows the gentle power of language to deepen our sense of wonder. In a world filled with fast answers from technology and artificial intelligence, the Russian megaspheres remind us to slow down. They teach patience and the value of mystery, things that machines may never fully grasp. Holding a question without needing an immediate answer is a kind of wisdom we can all practice, especially when life feels uncertain. If this quiet story of the Russian megaspheres has touched your curiosity, please like this video. Share your own stories of discovery in the comments, and subscribe for more gentle explorations of mysteries that connect us to history, nature, and each other. Imagine walking through that quiet forest, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, the cool shade from tall trees all around. You stop beside one of these giant spheres. Your fingers brush its smooth surface. It's heavy and solid, yet somehow full of stories. In this moment, let yourself breathe and wonder. Sometimes it's in these peaceful, mysterious moments that we find a deeper connection to the world and to ourselves. The Sibiu ancient manuscript. Imagine discovering a book so old, so strange, that its very existence challenges everything you thought you knew about history. A manuscript hidden away for centuries, written in a language no one can fully understand, filled with drawings and symbols that seem to come from another world. This is the story of the Sibiu ancient manuscript, a mysterious relic that invites us to wonder deeply about the past and the secrets it may still hold. Have you ever found something that didn't quite fit? Something that made you stop and ask questions? Maybe a forgotten letter, a strange drawing, or an old photo from a family album that sparked your imagination? Share your own moments of discovery in the comments below. It's through these shared stories that we connect and grow together in curiosity. The Sibiu manuscript was found in Romania, in a city with a long and layered history. What makes this manuscript so fascinating is not just its age, but the puzzling nature of its contents. The writing doesn't match any known language perfectly, and the drawings are unlike anything historians have seen before. It's like trying to read a message from a time long gone, one that might reveal secrets about ancient knowledge, forgotten civilizations, or even different ways of seeing the world. This feeling of trying to unlock a secret code reminds us of everyday challenges, like trying to understand someone's feelings or solve a difficult problem. Sometimes, the answers are hidden in plain sight, waiting for patience and attention. This manuscript brings up a paradox that many of us face daily. On one hand, we live in a world flooded with information, where answers seem just a click away. On the other hand, some mysteries remain stubbornly unsolved, reminding us that knowledge isn't always simple or complete. It's like studying for a big exam. Sometimes the more you learn, the more questions you have. This balance between knowing and not knowing can be uncomfortable, but it also opens a space for wonder and imagination. Thinking about the Sibiu manuscript also touches on belief and trust. How much do we trust what we see and read? When experts disagree about the meaning of the manuscript, it challenges us to hold space for different perspectives. It's a reminder that history is not a single story, but many stories layered over time. This can be a comforting thought, especially when we feel uncertain about our own path. Just as the manuscript's meanings are hidden beneath the surface, our own truths may take time to reveal themselves. Language plays a quiet but powerful role here. The manuscript's strange script invites us to think about how language shapes our reality. We often take language for granted. It feels natural and easy. But when faced with something unfamiliar, we realize language is also a key to unlocking or locking away meaning. This idea extends beyond ancient texts to our daily lives. The words we choose influence how we see others and ourselves. It's a gentle reminder to speak and listen with care. In the modern world, technology and artificial intelligence try to make sense of things quickly. Yet the Sibiu manuscript teaches patience and humility. Not everything can be decoded by machines or fast thinking. Some puzzles require slow observation, repeated attention, and openness to mystery. This teaches a valuable lesson for mental health as well. In a busy life full of pressures, it's okay to pause, breathe, and accept that some answers will come with time. If this story of the Cebu ancient manuscript has sparked your curiosity, please like this video, share your thoughts or experiences with mysterious discoveries in the comments below, and subscribe for more calm explorations of history's hidden wonders, where each mystery invites us to slow down and reflect. Picture yourself holding the manuscript for the first time. The worn pages feel delicate, the strange symbols like a secret language waiting to be understood. The air around feels quiet, as if the past itself is whispering to you. In this moment, allow yourself to wonder, without needing all the answers. Sometimes the true magic lies in the mystery itself, and in our shared journey to uncover it, step by gentle step. The genetic disc. Discovery. Imagine finding an object so strange and so detailed that it seems to hold the secrets of life itself. A small disc, carved with symbols and shapes that look like a map, or maybe something much deeper, something connected to the very code that builds who we are. This is the story of the genetic disc discovery, an ancient artifact that continues to puzzle scientists and dreamers alike. Have you ever held something mysterious in your hands, or heard a story that made you wonder about the world's hidden layers? Maybe a family heirloom, or a strange drawing left behind by someone long gone? If so, share your moments of wonder and discovery in the comments below. It's these shared experiences that remind us how connected curiosity can make us. The genetic disc was found in a remote area, far from the cities and busy streets where most of us live. At first glance, it looks like a simple piece of old stone, but when studied closely, it reveals intricate carvings that seem to resemble patterns found in DNA, the building blocks of life. This connection between an ancient object and modern science is both surprising and fascinating. It challenges us to think about how much we still don't know about our past and the ways ancient people might have understood the world around them. It's like when you study for a test and suddenly see how two very different ideas are connected in a way you never expected. This discovery brings a kind of paradox into sharp focus. We live in a time when science explains so much, from the stars in the sky to the tiniest cells in our bodies. Yet, here is an object that seems to speak a language beyond what we currently understand. It feels like holding a piece of a puzzle that doesn't quite fit into the picture we have been building. It's similar to how we sometimes feel in life, when everything seems clear one moment, but the next moment, new questions arise. This balance between certainty and mystery is part of what keeps our minds curious and open. The genetic disc also invites us to reflect on belief and knowledge. How do we decide what to trust when faced with something unfamiliar? Different experts look at the disc and offer different interpretations. Some say it's a simple artistic decoration, while others believe it is evidence of ancient knowledge about genetics. This reminds us that truth can be layered and complex, not always black or white. Holding multiple possibilities at once can be uncomfortable, but it also encourages humility and wonder. Just as the disc's carvings may have multiple meanings, our own beliefs and understandings may also grow and change over time. Language plays a special role in this mystery. The symbols on the disc don't match any known alphabet or writing system. They seem to be a form of communication that is not spoken or read in the usual way. This makes us think about how language shapes what we can know and share. Sometimes, language helps us connect deeply, and other times it limits what we can express. It's like trying to explain a dream to a friend. The words never quite capture the full experience. The genetic disc challenges us to think beyond words, into the realm of symbols and meanings that may speak directly to our intuition. In our fast-paced world, where technology tries to answer every question quickly, the genetic disc teaches us the value of patience and silence. Not every mystery can be solved by machines or rapid facts. Some puzzles require slow, careful study and an openness to the unknown. This lesson extends to our mental well-being. When life feels confusing or overwhelming, it's okay to pause, to sit with uncertainty without rushing to find immediate answers. The disc invites us to be comfortable with questions, rather than always needing answers. If this story has sparked your curiosity, please like this video. Share your thoughts or your own experiences of mysterious discoveries in the comments below. And subscribe for more calm journeys into the world's hidden wonders, where each story is an invitation to slow down, wonder, and reflect. Imagine holding the genetic disc gently in your hands. The carvings feel smooth but complex, like a secret, language etched by an ancient hand. The silence around you deepens as your mind wanders to the people who created it. What did they know? What did they believe? And what message might they have left for us to find? In that moment, the disc becomes more than an object. It becomes a bridge between the past and the present, between what we know and what we still dream to understand. Let this gentle mystery remind you that sometimes the greatest discoveries come not from answers, but from the questions we dare to ask. The ancient Antarctic map. Imagine holding a piece of parchment so old that its very fibers seem to whisper stories of a world long gone. As you spread it out on a table, your eyes catch a shape at its bottom edge, an outline that looks strangely familiar, yet impossible. It seems to show a landmass covered in ice with coastlines and bays drawn in careful detail. But it can't be Antarctica, can it? For centuries, that frozen continent was hidden beneath ice and sea, unknown to mapmakers. Yet here it is, etched into this ancient map, as if someone long ago knew its secrets. This is the mystery of the ancient Antarctic map, a puzzle that invites us to wonder how much of our world's story remains hidden beneath layers of time. Have you ever felt a chill when you've discovered something that didn't quite fit? A small moment, like finding a photograph of a place you've never visited, yet it feels familiar. If you have ever stumbled on such a surprise, please share your experience in the comments below. Let us know where you are watching from, too, so we can build a community of curious minds stretching across the globe. The map in question first came to light in the 19th century, tucked away in an old library in Europe. Historians traced its origin back to earlier centuries, perhaps even the 16th century or before. On its surface, the map looks much like others of its time, showing known lands of Europe, Africa, and Asia. But the southern continent is the real wonder. The coastline drawn on the map matches the actual outline of Antarctica as seen from the air, and yet regular maps of that age show no such land. It raises so many questions. Who made this map? How did they know what lay beneath the ice? And what stories have been lost that could explain it? This mystery reminds me of those everyday moments when our expectations are challenged. Imagine planning a picnic because the weather forecast promised sunshine, only to find a sudden rain shower blowing in from the west, or studying hard for a test and then seeing a question in a language you never learned. In both cases, we are faced with surprise, and we have to adjust. The ancient Antarctic map asks us to adjust our sense of history, to consider that maybe our timeline of discovery is not as neat as we thought. One possible explanation is that early travelers from an advanced seafaring culture ventured further south than we knew. They might have charted the coasts before ice and snow covered them in later centuries, and their maps were preserved in secret collections. Perhaps these explorers passed their knowledge to select few, leaving hints that later mapmakers incorporated without full understanding. Yet this idea feels both thrilling and unsettling. It suggests a lost chapter of human adventure, one erased by time, wrapped in mystery. But another view is more skeptical. Some scholars believe the map's southern shape is a coincidence, a result of artistic guesswork rather than real knowledge. Mapmakers often filled unknown regions with imaginative drawings, sea monsters, uncharted islands, mythical lands. Maybe an early artist sketched what looked plausible based on wind and current patterns, creating a coastline that only by chance resembles modern Antarctica. This possibility is equally fascinating because it shows how human creativity can blur the lines between fact and fantasy. When we face such a paradox, was it real knowledge or happy guesswork, we feel the pull of both reason and wonder. This is much like how we navigate our own lives. We build plans based on what we know, Yet sometimes we must trust in our instincts or small clues that point beyond our certainty. The balance between logic and imagination keeps us alive to possibilities, encouraging both careful thought and gentle dreaming. Language also shapes how we understand this mystery. We call it an ancient Antarctic map, and those words carry weight. They frame the debate in a certain way, nudging us toward the idea that it is both old and connected to a place we did not know in its true form. If we called it a curious southern sketch, we might not give it the same attention. This reminds us that the names and labels we use affect how we feel about the story before we even look closely. Beyond the map itself, this story touches on belief in the stories we tell about where we come from. Many of us learn history in neat chapters: Age of Discovery, Enlightenment, Modern Era. But real history is messy. It is full of clues and contradictions, gaps that invite us to fill them with our own questions. The Antarctic map shows that history can be a living mystery, waiting to be reread and re-understood. This mystery can also help us reflect on our own inner landscapes. Think of the parts of your own life that feel hidden or uncharted, memories you've forgotten, dreams you're afraid to speak. Just like the map, we sometimes carry internal maps marked with places we cannot yet explore. It can feel daunting, but it also offers hope that with patience and gentle curiosity, we might one day reveal those hidden shores. In our modern age, where technology and data seem to cover every corner of the globe, the ancient Antarctic map reminds us of the value of slow discovery and the quiet work of historians, explorers, and everyday dreamers. Artificial intelligence and satellite imagery now reveal the Earth in stunning detail, yet there remains something tender and human about holding a fragile, centuries-old piece of parchment, smelling the ink, tracing the faded lines. It connects us to the hands that made it, to the world as it was, and to ourselves as creatures who long to know more. If this story has sparked your curiosity, please take a moment to like this video. Share your own experiences of finding the unexpected in the comments below. Let us know where you're watching from and what hidden places or ideas have caught your imagination. And subscribe to join our gentle community of explorers, where each story is an invitation to listen, wonder, and sleep well, with a mind full of peaceful questions. So tonight, as you rest, picture spreading that ancient map on a wooden table, by candlelight. Imagine peering at the southern edge, tracing the strange coastlines that only centuries later would be revealed under ice. Let the mystery gently rock you into dreams, dreams of distant lands and hidden paths, where every question is a doorway to new wonder. Sleep softly, knowing that some maps lead not to answers, but to the quiet joy of asking the next question. The White Shaman. Petroglyph. Have you ever stepped into a place so still that it feels as if time itself has paused? Imagine walking into a rocky alcove and finding a figure painted in bright white, standing tall against the red stone, its arms outstretched as if calling to the sky. That sudden chill of wonder and recognition is what many people feel when they first see the White Shaman petroglyph in Texas. It looks both ancient and alive, as if the artist wanted to speak across centuries and share a secret that we're only just beginning to understand. Before we dive deeper, I'd love to know if you've ever discovered a hidden artwork in nature, maybe a simple carved heart on a tree, or a small painting on a cave wall. Share your story in the comments below and tell us where you're watching from. When we share these quiet moments of surprise, we build a gentle community of curious hearts, all connected by the thrill of finding the unexpected. The White Shaman. Petroglyph is part of a larger panel of rock art at Hueco Tanks State Park near El Paso. What makes it stand out is the striking white pigment used to paint a tall, humanoid figure. Surrounding it are other shapes, birds, animals, and patterns, that weave around the shaman like a living tapestry. The white paint contrasts sharply with the dark rock, as if someone wanted to make sure this figure would never fade into the background. Imagine learning for an important exam and thinking you've mastered every topic, only to face a question that seems to come from a completely different subject. That moment of surprise, the pause as you rethink everything, is much like how scholars feel when they encounter the White Shaman, They know about ancient rock art, but this figure raises new questions. Was it part of a healing ritual, a vision quest, a story of creation? Each possibility feels both plausible and mysterious. In our daily lives, we often look for clear signs, a green light, a yes or no, a direct reply. But sometimes the most meaningful messages come in symbols that require quiet thought. The white shaman invites us to slow down, to sit in front of the rock and feel the guardian-like presence of the figure. It reminds us that not every message must be spelled out in words. Some speak directly to our senses and our hearts. This leads us to bigger themes about belief and language. Ancient people did not leave behind written records like we do today. Instead, they used images and colors to share stories, dreams, and hopes. The white shaman's outstretched arms could represent a greeting, a plea, or an invitation to step through an unseen door. In the same way, our own lives are full of gestures and tones that carry meaning without words. A gentle touch, a drawn breath, a silent look between friends. When our minds are crowded with worries, deadlines, exams, or worries about what others think, it can be hard to hear the soft voice inside us. The White Shaman panel offers a kind of mirror. It shows how a simple image can calm the mind and open the heart. Facing that figure, many people report a sense of peace, as if the shaman's calm presence reaches across time to steady their own thoughts. Today we have tools like AI and powerful computers that sort data in the blink of an eye. They can identify patterns, translate languages, and even compose music. Yet they cannot feel the quiet awe that strikes you when you stand before a piece of rock art painted more than 1,000 years ago. The White Shaman reminds us that some mysteries ask for gentle human wonder, not instant answers. It encourages us to balance the speed of technology with the calm pace of reflection. If this soft journey into the world of ancient art has stirred something in you, please like this video, leave a comment sharing your own small discoveries, and subscribe for more gentle explorations of history's hidden wonders. Every like and comment helps build a circle of kindness and curiosity where every quiet story matters. As you prepare to rest, picture yourself back in that rocky alcove, feeling the cool stone under your fingertips and the bright white figure watching over you. Let the image of the white shaman guide your thoughts into a peaceful dream where symbols dance freely and mystery feels like home. Sleep well, and remember that sometimes the most powerful messages come without a single word. The Lapedo Child Skeleton. Imagine digging into the earth and uncovering the bones of a child who lived over 20,000 years ago. Long before any recorded history, before farms, before cities, before written words. You hold a tiny skull in your hand, feeling its smooth curves and wondering at the life it once sheltered. This is exactly what happened when archaeologists discovered the Lapedo child skeleton in Portugal, a find that still puzzles and moves us today. It speaks of a time so distant that it feels almost like another world, yet it calls to something very human inside each of us. Before we explore this ancient story, I invite you to pause and think of a moment when you found something unexpected, a lost letter in an old book, a photograph in your grandparents' attic, or even a childhood toy tucked away in a corner. Those small surprises can stir powerful memories and questions. If you've ever experienced such a moment, please share it in the comments below, along with where you're watching from. We're building a quiet community of wonder seekers, connected by the simple joy of discovery. The Lapedo child was found in 1998, buried in a shallow grave alongside stone tools and animal bones. Dating tests placed the burial at around 24,000 years ago in the heart of the last ice age. This was a time when Europe lay under vast sheets of ice, and humans survived by hunting, gathering, and adapting to a harsh, frozen world. The child's skeleton was nearly complete, an astonishing gift to modern science and a poignant reminder of a fragile young life in a time of struggle and survival. Imagine a cold winter morning when you wake to find your world wrapped in frost. You breathe, and see your breath hang in the air, and you know that every movement must be careful in the cold. For the people of the Ice Age, every day was like that, each meal, each journey, each moment of rest. Yet they still found ways to care for each other, to bury their dead, and to leave behind memories carved in bone and stone. One of the most curious aspects of the Lapedo child is the shape of the skull and pelvis. They show features that seem to bridge two groups: the classic Neanderthals, who were strong and adapted to cold, and early modern humans, who had different facial shapes and cultures. Some scientists suggest the child could have had a mixed heritage, carrying traits from both ancestors. This possibility of ancient mixing challenges simple labels of us and them, reminding us that human history is not a straight line, but a tapestry woven from many threads. In our own lives, we often face questions of identity. Who are we? Where do we come from? We look to our parents, our hometowns, our cultures for answers. But sometimes we discover our roots are more complex than we imagined. An unexpected branch in our family tree, a story passed down that shifts our view of ourselves. The Lapedo child invites us to hold both certainty and mystery in our hearts. It shows that even thousands of years ago, people were interconnected in ways we're still uncovering today. The burial itself tells a gentle story of care. The child was placed on their side, wrapped in animal hide, with hands carefully positioned. Nearby lay a flint blade and tools, perhaps meant to help in the next life. This wasn't a hurried burial, it was a moment of respect, an acknowledgement of a life that mattered. Think of how we remember those we have loved. Photographs on a mantle, flowers on a grave, quiet thoughts whispered at night. Even in the harsh world of the Ice Age, they honored the child in a way that feels deeply familiar to us now. This act of honoring the dead connects to bigger themes of belief. What did the Ice Age people think lay beyond life? We can't know, for sure, but their careful burial suggests they felt something more, something worth marking with ritual. Across cultures and centuries, humans have laid their loved ones to rest with ceremony, an echo that binds us together across time. It reminds us that love and grief, respect and memory, are universal currents in the human heart. Language, too, shapes how we hold these mysteries. We call the Lapedo child, giving a name to a life that has no living memory. That name becomes a vessel for our hopes and questions. It feels personal. This was a child, a young person with dreams we will never know. Language can lift the distant past into our present, creating empathy across millennia. It shows us that words are not just tools for facts, but bridges for feeling. In our modern world where information flows at the speed of light and every fact is a click away, the Lapedo child teaches us the value of patience and quiet study. It took years of careful excavation, carbon dating, and bone analysis to piece together the story. Science can give us clues, but it cannot give us every detail. Some questions remain open. Was the child's ancestry truly mixed? What games did they play? What did they fear? And maybe some of those questions are meant to stay, like gentle mysteries we carry in our minds. When life gets noisy, work pressures, deadlines, relationships, it's easy to lose touch with the slow rhythms of care and wonder. The Lapedo child burial invites us to slow down, to remember that every person, young or old, has a story worth honoring. It reminds us to breathe, to pause, and to hold the preciousness of each life in quiet gratitude. From a mental health perspective, thinking about a child so young, living in a harsh world, can stir a mix of sorrow and hope. It reminds us of our vulnerability, but also of our capacity to care deeply. If the Ice Age people could wrap their child in animal skins and set stones around their grave, then we too can show kindness to those we love, and even to strangers. Small acts of care, a kind word, a warm blanket, a gentle listening, are echoes of the rituals that have comforted humans for tens of thousands of years. Finally, the Lapedo child invites us to reflect on how we use technology. Today, we can sequence DNA, analyze isotopes, and build virtual models of ancient lives. Yet these tools cannot replace the simple power of presence in a burial. They add depth, but not feeling. They can answer, "When did this person live?" but not, "What did they dream?" The child's skeleton stands as a reminder that some mysteries request quiet awe more than rapid answers. If this story has touched your heart or stirred your imagination, please like this video, share your thoughts or your own small discoveries in the comments below, and subscribe for more gentle journeys into the hidden corners of our world's past, where each discovery reminds us that connection and wonder can span the ages. As you rest tonight, imagine standing in the soft glow of a stone lantern at the edge of that ancient grave. Feel the air cool with dusk, hear the whisper of grass against your footsteps, and sense the child's presence return to the earth. Let this gentle story wrap around you like a warm blanket and carry you into peaceful sleep. Remember that every life, no matter how long ago, is a thread in the tapestry of us all, woven together by memory, care, and the quiet questions that keep us seeking. The waffle-patterned rock. Have you ever stood before a wall of stone and felt like you were staring at a giant kitchen tool? Lines crossing lines, forming neat squares that look almost too perfect to be natural, as if someone took a colossal waffle iron to the earth itself. That's exactly the feeling you get when you first see the waffle-patterned rock, a hidden wonder that invites you to pause, wonder, and maybe even smile at the gentle absurdity of nature's designs. Before we explore its secrets, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever discovered a rock formation or natural pattern that made you stop and stare? Maybe a swirl of color in a cliff face, or a swirl of wave-shaped sand on a beach. Share your story and where you saw it in the comments below. It's in these shared moments, when we catch nature's quiet jokes or surprises, that we build a community of wonder and connection. The waffle-patterned rock is found in a remote corner of a national park, hidden along a narrow trail that snakes through red and cream sandstone. At first, you see only gentle slopes of rock worn smooth by wind and water. But as you climb higher, the surface suddenly breaks into a grid of raised ridges and shallow pits, each square looking like a tiny plate in a massive brick of waffles. It's unexpected, delightful, and completely mesmerizing. Imagine waking one morning to find your backyard covered in perfect tiles, each one the same size and shape. You'd wonder who came and did all that work. That's the same feeling you get with this rock. You want to ask, who made these patterns? But no human carved them. Instead, they are the product of time, weather, and the hidden chemistry of stone. Over thousands of years, tiny grains of mineral dissolved along certain lines, while surrounding areas remained harder. The result is a natural honeycomb or boxwork effect, but here it stretches into neat squares like the world's slowest, grandest waffle iron. This pattern speaks to the paradox of nature's order and randomness. On one hand, the squares are so uniform they feel almost mathematical, straight lines meeting at right angles. On the other hand, the sizes vary slightly, the ridges curve here and there, reminding us that nothing in nature is ever perfectly regular. It's a quiet lesson in balance, structure emerging from chaos, precision born of erosion. In our everyday lives, we experience similar moments. Think of following a routine, waking, working, resting, only to encounter something that jolts you out of autopilot. A friend's unexpected kindness, a chance encounter, or a small beautiful scene in an ordinary place. These moments break the pattern just enough to make us notice again, to remind us that life is both predictable and full of surprise. The waffle-patterned rock does that for the landscape. It interrupts the smooth stone with a pattern so lively and playful that you can't help but stop and smile. This gentle mystery also touches on belief and perspective. Some visitors come expecting grand canyons or tall peaks, only to find this low, humble wall of stone that steals their attention. It teaches us not to overlook the subtle wonders, to keep our eyes open for beauty in unexpected forms. In a world where we often chase big thrills, the waffle rock reminds us that small marvels can hold just as much magic. Language shapes how we experience such moments. Calling it a waffle rock adds a playful twist, inviting us to imagine syrup and butter instead of wind and rain. If we called it boxwork sandstone, it might sound dry and technical. The names we give things frame our feelings, guiding us toward joy or instruction. This rock invites us to choose wonder first, study later. When it comes to mental health, finding delight in small patterns can be a simple form of self-care. Taking a moment to notice the waffle squares, tracing them with your eyes, breathing in the warm desert air, these small acts of presence can soothe anxiety and ground us. It's like pressing pause on a busy mind and letting something quietly remarkable fill your attention. In our age of technology, AI can map every grain of sand and predict weather patterns, but it can't replicate the gentle joy of stumbling on a natural pattern that feels like a playful wink from the earth. The waffle-patterned rock reminds us to balance data with delight, to pair algorithms with awe. If this story of the rock that looks like a waffle warmed your heart, please like this video. Share your own discoveries of nature's hidden patterns in the comments below, and subscribe for more calm journeys into the world's quiet mysteries. Each like and comment helps build a circle of kindness and curiosity, where every small wonder finds a home. As you rest tonight, picture yourself standing in front of that grid of stone squares. Feel the cool breeze rustle through desert scrub, hear the soft sigh of wind against rock, and imagine tracing one perfect square with your finger. Let that simple pattern carry you into peaceful dreams. Dreams where ordinary things become extraordinary, and every moment holds the promise of surprise. Sleep well, knowing that the world's greatest wonders sometimes hide in the smallest details. The horned skulls of Sayre. Imagine walking through a quiet field, the grass swaying in a gentle breeze, when you stumble upon something impossible. Skulls, carefully buried, each one shaped with strange, curved horns rising from the temples. It feels like stepping into a dream, where the world shifts in a single heartbeat. That is the mystery of the horned skulls of Sayre, a discovery that challenges what we know about ancient people and the stories we tell ourselves about our past. Before we begin, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever found something unexpected in nature? A shard of pottery in a garden, a forgotten path in the woods, or perhaps a strange rock that looked like a face? Share your experience in the comments, and let us know where you're watching from. Together, we can build a gentle community of wonder, connected by the small surprises that make us feel alive. The horned skulls were first uncovered in the late 19th century near Sayre, Pennsylvania, where local workers digging a well noticed human remains mixed with animal bones. When archaeologists arrived, they found several burials dating back over 1,000 years. What drew everyone's attention were the skulls themselves. The brow ridges had been sharpened to points, creating horn-like shapes that seemed almost ceremonial. Imagine preparing for an important exam and finding a question you've never studied. Your heart skips a beat. You realize how much you still don't know. The horned skulls evoke that same surprise. They force us to face the gaps in our knowledge about the people who lived here long ago. We thought we understood their tools and homes, but these skulls whisper of practices we never imagined. In school, we learned that ancient cultures buried their dead with simple rituals. Stones, pottery, maybe a tool or two. But the Sayre burials suggest something more. A deliberate modification of the body, perhaps to honor a warrior cast as part human, part beast. This paradox touches on our own habits. Sometimes we present ourselves simply, our daily routines, our usual smiles. But underneath, there are hidden rituals and transformations that shape who we are. These skulls raise questions about belief. Did the people of Sayre see their horned dead as protectors, ancestors with extra power? Were the modifications meant to guide spirits into the afterlife, or to mark them as special within the tribe? Each possibility feels both logical and mysterious. It reminds us that our own beliefs about life and death are woven from stories we pass down, often without question. Language shapes how we carry these stories. Calling them horned skulls gives a dramatic twist, suggesting something mythical or magical. If we called them sharpened ridges, it sounds more clinical, less alive. Our words guide our feelings and our curiosity. They invite us to lean closer and listen, or to step back and analyze. The Sayre skulls teach us to pause and choose our words with care. Relationships, too, hold paradoxes. We might know someone as gentle, only to learn they've faced secret struggles or held private beliefs. The horned burials remind us that on the surface we see one shape, but underneath lives can be carved in unexpected ways. They urge us to be patient with each other, to recognize that every person has depths we may not fully grasp at first glance. When weather changes without warning, clear skies turning to sudden storms, we see how quickly the world can shift. Similarly, the discovery of the Sayre skulls stormed into the calm fields of archaeology, turning assumptions upside down. It tells us that no matter how stable things seem, a gentle breeze or a shovel's edge can reveal hidden layers, waiting in quiet soil. In today's world of AI and rapid data, we crave quick answers. Machines can scan bones and suggest dates in seconds, yet AI cannot feel the awe of holding a skull that someone cared enough to shape with their own hands centuries ago. The horned skulls remind us that some mysteries need slow, human attention, wrapped in empathy and wonder, not just algorithms. Mental health flourishes when we embrace the unknown without fear. Facing puzzles like the Sayre burials can be unsettling, but it also offers a chance to practice calm curiosity. Instead of rushing to explanations, we learn to sit with questions, breathing deeply, trusting that the mind's gentle exploration can bring unexpected peace, even in uncertainty. The horned skulls also connect us to a shared human journey. From cave paintings to modern art, we shape our world in ways that reflect our inner lives. The ridged foreheads of the Sayre people are like brushstrokes on a canvas, expressions of identity, belief, and community. They remind us that creativity and ritual, body and spirit, have long walked hand in hand. If this quiet journey into the horned skulls of Sayre has touched your heart or sparked your imagination, please like this video. Share your own stories of unexpected discoveries in the comments below, and subscribe to join a community where every wonder, big or small, finds a place to rest and grow. As you prepare to rest tonight, picture yourself standing in that Pennsylvania field. Feel the cool breeze rustling through tall grass. Imagine the horned skulls beneath the earth, waiting patiently for someone to listen. Let their mystery wash over you like a soft lullaby, carrying you into peaceful dreams where every question is a path to gentle discovery. Sleep well, knowing that some secrets are best held softly in the quiet space between tonight and morning light. The Yonaguni Underwater Ruins. Imagine descending beneath the ocean's surface, feeling the weight of water all around you as sunlight dims and the world above becomes a distant memory. Your heart hammers with excitement and awe, and then you see it. Giant stone platforms, sharp corners, staircases and walls that seem carved with purpose. They rise from the ocean floor like a submerged city, frozen in time. This is the mystery of the Yonaguni Underwater Ruins, an ancient site off the coast of Japan that beckons us to wonder about civilizations lost beneath the waves, and to ask what stories still lie hidden beneath the tides. Before we dive deeper, pause for a moment and think about a time when you discovered something unexpected. Perhaps a forgotten photo in an old book, a pattern in the clouds that took you by surprise, or a music note that floated through the air and made you remember a distant memory. These small moments fill us with quiet wonder and remind us that the world holds secrets just waiting to be noticed. If you've ever experienced such a surprise, please share it in the comments below. Tell us where you are watching from, so we can build a gentle circle of curious minds, all connected by the thrill of discovery. The Yonaguni site was first brought to light in the 1980s by a local diver named Kihachiro Aratake, who noticed unusual shapes on the seafloor at about 25 meters depth. At first, many believed these formations were natural, mere results of tectonic activity and erosion. Yet as more divers explored, they found features that seemed too regular to be purely geological: straight edges, right angles, flat terraces, and what looked like steps leading down to lower levels. One formation, dubbed the monument, appears as a massive, jagged platform rising like a collapsed pyramid. Another, called the stage, looks like a broad plaza, and the towers, tall columns of stone, stand sentinel over these sunken streets. It felt like a scene from Atlantis, calling us to believe in ancient marvels we thought existed only in myths. Learning for an important presentation often involves gathering facts, memorizing figures, and practicing lines until they flow smoothly. But then you might be asked a question you've never prepared for, and suddenly the facts shift into something new. That same surprise echoes here. What we thought we understood about our history, that no large civilization thrived in this area so long ago, was challenged by these underwater terraces. They ask us to be flexible in our thinking, to welcome questions as opportunities to see the world differently. Some researchers argue that the Yonaguni formations are entirely natural, shaped by the same forces that carve canyons and sea cliffs: waves pounding rock, earthquakes shifting plates, and time smoothing jagged edges. Others believe that long ago, before the last ice age ended around 10,000 years ago, sea levels were lower, and humans could have lived on these now submerged lands. They might have carved stone to build temples, walls, or public squares, structures that were later claimed by the rising ocean. Underwater excavations have even turned up signs of human activity nearby, like scattered pottery fragments and stone tools, hinting at a lost culture whose grandest works now rest underwater. This paradox between natural and human-made invites us to think about our own lives. We often juggle routine tasks: morning coffee, the daily commute, work deadlines, believing we know exactly what our world holds. But then a dream or a small coincidence can shift us sideways, revealing new possibilities. The Yonaguni ruins remind us that beneath the surface of our everyday assumptions, there may be truths waiting to be uncovered if only we dive a little deeper. Belief also plays a powerful role. Some see the site as proof of an ancient civilization as old as or older than the earliest known cities of Mesopotamia. Others urge caution, pointing to millions of years of geology before humans appeared. Both views are shaped by what we want to believe about ourselves and our past. We seek stories that feel grand and meaningful, a lost empire under the sea, perhaps. And yet we also hold fast to scientific rigor that demands clear evidence. This tension between wonder and skepticism is a dance that keeps our minds alive and open, reminding us that sometimes the journey toward truth matters more than the destination. Language, too, gently shapes how we experience these ruins. Calling them monuments or terraces nudges us toward human intentions, while words like formations or structures feel more neutral, emphasizing natural processes. Our choice of words guides our imagination, whether we see ancient architects at work or relentless waves shaping stone. It's a quiet reminder that words carry weight, coloring our thoughts and feelings about what we encounter. Relationships mirror this mystery as well. We meet friends and family, thinking we know them well, but sometimes we discover a hidden talent, a private fear, or a long-held hope. In that moment, our understanding deepens, and the bond grows richer. The Yonaguni ruins are like a long-lost friend whose layers slowly unfold, revealing history's depths beneath the familiar surface of our planet. They teach us patience, empathy, and the beauty of slow revelation. In a world of busy schedules and constant notifications, the Yonaguni site calls us to slow down. Divers who explore these depths must move carefully, breathing in measured rhythm, adjusting to the silent blue world where sound travels differently and light fades at depth. They rely on calm focus and respect for the ocean's power. This underwater ballet is a gentle counterpoint to the rapid pace of modern life, inviting us to take deep breaths, to listen to our own quiet thoughts, and to honor the stillness between moments. Even in the realm of mental health, the mindset of exploration offers soothing balm. When anxiety or stress builds, we can practice diving beneath the surface of our minds, observing thoughts without judgment, and discovering hidden strengths or stories that guide us. The echo of the deep helps us realize that not all answers come at the surface. Some require patience, silence, and gentle exploration. In our age of artificial intelligence and digital mapping, satellites can chart the Earth's surface down to the centimeter. Yet no satellite can feel the chill of water at depth, nor the awe of a diver's flashlight sweeping across a sunken stairway, revealing the sharp edge of a stone terrace. Technology can amplify our understanding, but it cannot replace the core human experience of wonder, curiosity, and quiet discovery. The Yonaguni underwater ruins stand as a testament to what lies beyond algorithms, a world of mystery that invites us to trust our senses, our hearts, and our willingness to explore the unknown. If this gentle journey beneath the waves has stirred your curiosity, please like this video, share your own moments of wonder or discovery in the comments below, and subscribe to join a community of calm explorers who cherish history's quiet mysteries. Together, we build a circle of shared awe, where every small discovery in nature or memory finds a place to rest and grow. As you prepare to rest, imagine yourself floating above the seafloor, the world above muted into distant blue light. Picture those ancient terraces, staircases, and towers rising in solemn beauty. Feel the gentle sway of water, the hush of the deep, and let that silence carry you into your dreams. In that quiet realm, perhaps you'll walk among the ruins yourself, leaving footprints that ripple only in the water and waking with a heart tuned to life's hidden wonders. Sleep well and know that some of the world's greatest stories are waiting patiently for us to take the plunge. The Bosnian Pyramid Complex. Imagine hiking through a gentle valley in Bosnia, where green hills roll beneath a clear blue sky. You follow a narrow path toward a hill called Visočica, expecting the usual sights of wildflowers and birds. Instead, you find something that makes you stop in your tracks. A mountain with perfectly straight edges and flat sides, like a giant, grass-covered pyramid. Your heart pounds with surprise and wonder. Could this simple hill really be an ancient pyramid, built by a lost civilization tens of thousands of years ago? This is the mystery of the Bosnian Pyramid Complex, a discovery that has sparked curiosity, debate, and hope for a new chapter in human history. Before we dive deeper, I'd love to invite you to share your own moments of surprise and discovery in the comments below. Maybe you've found an old stone structure in a forest, or a strange pattern in the sand by the sea. Tell us where you're watching from. When we share these small stories, we build a gentle community of explorers, connected by the quiet thrill of finding the unexpected. The story began in 2005, when Dr. Semir Osmanagic, a Bosnian-American researcher, looked at satellite photos of the region and noticed that the hill's shape looked strikingly like the Great Pyramid of Giza. He wondered if nature alone could carve such straight lines and flat plains, or if human hands had helped shape this pyramid. According to local folklore, ancient people once lived here, leaving behind stone circles and mysterious tunnels. Could all these hints point to a lost network of pyramids hidden beneath layers of soil and vegetation? Imagine preparing for an important exam. You study all the textbooks, memorize dates and formulas, and feel confident until you see a question that wasn't in the syllabus. You hesitate, then realize that learning often means adjusting what you thought you knew. In Igzwe, the same way, the Bosnian pyramids challenge us to rethink what we know about Europe's past. We've long believed that the great pyramid builders lived in Egypt, Mexico, and Central America. But what if another culture, maybe even older, shaped the land here in Bosnia? As the excavations began, teams uncovered large stone blocks arranged in angular formations, underground tunnels that stretch for kilometers, and unusual stone plates engraved with enigmatic symbols. The stonework seemed too precise to be random. Some stones fit together like puzzle pieces, showing signs of careful cutting and placement. Beneath the earth, tunnels crisscrossed like the veins of the mountain, with air shafts and dry stone walls. To the untrained eye, these could be remains of ancient mines or quarries, but others saw evidence of ceremonial or burial practices, hinting at a sacred landscape designed by people who understood stone and geometry better than we ever imagined. In our own lives, we often cling to familiar stories about our hometown, our family history, or our country's past. We expect landmarks to fit the tales we've been told, but sometimes a single clue, a photograph, a memory, a moment of intuition, asks us to step outside our comfort zone and explore a bigger world. The Bosnian pyramids do that for us. They invite us to let go of neat categories: ancient Egypt, Neolithic Europe, modern Bosnia, and to see history as a tangled tapestry of human creativity. The debate around the pyramids reminds us of how belief shapes our view of evidence. Many mainstream archaeologists say the hills are natural formations, flat sandstone layers uplifted by tectonic forces, then sculpted by erosion. To them, the straight edges and flat faces are just tricks of the eye caused by the mountain's natural structure. Skeptics argue that human quarrying would leave clear tool marks, which are missing here. They see the tunnels as old mining shafts, not sacred passageways. On the other side, supporters point to the geometric layout of multiple hills, Vysočika, Pleševica, and others, aligned with celestial events, suggesting intention and planning. They argue that the tunnels reveal consistent construction, techniques too regular to be natural fissures. This paradox, nature or human craft, mirrors the puzzles we face in our relationships. A friend's tone might sound sharp, but was it intentional or just tiredness? A sudden silence in a conversation, does it mean anger or simply a need for pause? The Bosnian pyramids invite us to hold both possibilities with patience and openness, recognizing that truth often lives between clear-cut answers. Language also plays a key role. Calling these hills pyramids gives them a grandeur and a hint of mystery, priming us to see patterns and shapes that fit our expectations. If we labeled them geological hills, we might overlook the same features. Our words guide our attention, highlighting some possibilities while dimming others. It's a gentle reminder that how we frame a question can shape the journey of finding an answer. Beyond the science and debate, the pyramids have brought new energy to the local communities. Volunteers from around the world come to dig, survey, and map the tunnels, driven by a shared sense of wonder. They stay in Bosnian homes, eat local food, and learn traditions passed down by villagers who remember stories of their ancestors. In a region still healing from conflict, this shared project offers a bridge between past and present, between locals and visitors, between science and hope. The pyramids also touch on mental health in subtle ways. When we feel lost or anxious, it helps to join a group working toward a common goal, whether that's cleaning a park, building a garden, or exploring ancient tunnels. Together, we share stories, laughter, challenges, and the simple joy of discovery. The volunteer digs at Visoko become a kind of living meditation, where the rhythm of brushing soil, the echo of footsteps in tunnels, and the camaraderie under the Bosnian sun ease worries and lift spirits. In our modern world, where technology races ahead and artificial intelligence analyzes every grain of data, the Bosnian pyramids remind us of the power of slow, patient exploration. No drone or satellite can replace the careful touch of a hand uncovering a stone block, or the thrill of stepping into a dark corridor lined with walls carved 1,000 years ago. This site calls us to balance speed with slowness, data with delight, and algorithms with awe. If this gentle journey into the heart of Europe's hidden pyramids has stirred your curiosity, please like this video. Share your own stories of unexpected discoveries, ancient ruins, hidden tunnels, or simple moments of wonder in the comments below. And subscribe to join a community where every question is a new path, and every answer leads to another mystery. As you prepare to rest, imagine standing atop Vysočika at sunset, the valley below bathed in golden light. Feel the warmth of stone under your feet, hear the hum of insects and the distant song of a night bird. Let your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze, and let the image of those grass-covered faces rise and fall like waves in your mind. In the quiet of the night, hold the mystery of the Bosnian pyramid complex as a gift, a reminder that beneath the everyday hills of our lives there may lie chambers of stone, waiting patiently for someone to notice their ancient song. Sleep softly and dream of hidden realms, where history and wonder meet in the silence between questions.